The 10th session of the Senate in the 3rd regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. May I call on Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri to lead the chamber in prayer. You are recognized, sir, and you may proceed.
Dear Lord, we thank you for another day in the Senate, where we once again submit ourselves to you as your willing instruments of love and compassionate action. We pray that you grant us wisdom and discernment as we craft measures that will uplift all of our countrymen, particularly those most in need. Families struggling under the poverty line, unable to eat 3 times a day. Young people devoting themselves to helping their parents instead of committing themselves to their studies. The sick and disabled who are unable to receive the care and attention that they need. Our workers who continue to receive less than what they deserve. Help us champion those of our people who need us most, and help us give them not just temporary relief, but the footholds of meaningful lives. We all ask this in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, through the blessed intercession of our beloved Mary. And may I ask everyone to pray, Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and the hour of our death. Amen.
Thank you, Senator Zubiri. Session is suspended. General, please call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 23 senators present, Chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Any objection? Hearing none, Secretary so directed.
Committee reports. Committee Report 282, jointly by the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, Public Information and Mass Media, Ways and Means and Finance, on Senate Number 2779, with Senators Marcos, Padilla, Villar C., Legarda, and Ontiveros as authors, an act amending Republic Act Number 8178, or the Agricultural Tarification Act, as amended by Republic Act Number 11203. Recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Numbers 242, 1203, 2601, 2672, and 2708, taking into consideration PS Res Numbers 503, 956, 1024, 1028, and House Number 10381, sponsored Senator Villar C.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
283, jointly by the Committees on Foreign Relations and Ways and Means, on Senate Number 2780, with Senators Legarda, Tolentino, Estrada, Revilla Jr., Marcos, De La Rosa, and Villar C. as authors. An act granting juridical personality and legal capacity to the Board of the Fund for responding to loss and damage due to climate change, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Numbers 2734, 2747, 2748, 2750, and 2751, sponsored Senator Marcos.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, before we proceed, we have to acknowledge the guests of Senator Jinggoy Estrada, Mayor Rene Esma, and the barangay officials of Alegria, Surigao del Norte, guests of Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, the PNP Forensic Group, led by Police Brigadier General Constancio Chinayog Jr.
To the guests mentioned by the Majority Leader, welcome to your Senate. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we proceed with the third reading of several bills. Printed copies of these bills were electronically distributed to the members of this August Chamber on August 8, 2024, in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution. With that, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill Number 2665. This is the bill on the Philippine Archipelagic Sea Lanes Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of Senate Bill Number 2665 on third reading is in order. Secretary General is directed to read the title only of the measure and to proceed with roll call vote.
An act authorizing the President of the Philippines to establish the archipelagic sea lanes in Philippine archipelagic waters, prescribing the obligations of foreign ships and aircraft, exercising archipelagic sea lanes passage through the designated archipelagic sea lanes and for other purposes. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 22 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstentions, Senate Bill Number 2665 is approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I seek recognition to explain my vote as well as to express appreciation to the members of this chamber. Mr. President, we have
The
achieved...
Majority Leader is recognized and may proceed.
Mr. President, we have achieved a significant victory for our nation with the approval of the Archipelagic Sea Lanes Act. This act is more than a piece of legislation. It is a vital instrument in affirming our sovereignty, securing our maritime boundaries, and strengthening our national defense. The Archipelagic Sea Lanes Act is grounded in the principles of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, particularly Articles 53 and 54, which grant archipelagic states like the Philippines the authority to designate specific sea lanes and air routes suitable for the continuous and expeditious passage of foreign vessels and aircraft. By defining these sea lanes, we are asserting our rights as an archipelagic state while also fulfilling our obligations under international law. Mr. President, may I be allowed to show some video footages of recent incidents that transpired within our sea lanes, Mr. President? Ito po ay isang
Namataan ang 4 na barko ng People's Liberation Army Navy ng China na naglalayag sa Cebuto Passage sa Tawi-Tawi.
Sa mga laraw, makikita mga barkong may hull number 887, 552, 174 at 105.
Mula sa malayo, tanaw ang pulang watawat ng China na nakasabit sa
Sa AFP Western Mindanao Command, innocent passage ang ginawa ng mga 4 na barko sa Tawi-Tawi. Ay sa UNCLOS, may tuturing na inosente ang pagdaan ng mga barko kung wala itong masamang epekto sa kapayapaan at seguridad ng nakasasakop na bansa.
There's another footage, Mr. President, concerning Manila Bay, Mr. President.
A China Coast Guard ship was spotted cruising outside Manila Bay on Thursday morning, July 25. In a post on X on Thursday, says China Coast Guard 3301 was spotted about 95 nautical miles from the mouth of Manila Bay at about 9 a.m. on Thursday. Powell calls the China Coast Guard's presence outside Manila Bay an intrusive patrol. Thursday, Philippine Coast Guard spokesperson for Philippine Sea, Commodore J. Tarieles, says the vessel passed about 62 nautical miles west of Capones Island, Zambales as of 11:32 a.m. Powell says the China Coast Guard ship might be heading back to China since it has been at sea since June 15. Meanwhile, Tarieles says China Coast Guard 3105 remains about 64 nautical miles away from El Nido, Palawan as of Thursday. The Philippine Coast Guard earlier this week confirmed the passage of 2 China Coast Guard ships with hull numbers 3105 and 3301 near El Nido,
Can we cut
Palawan.
that news now? Mr. President, this legislation is crucial, as I mentioned a while ago, in fortifying our security posture in several ways. Number one, we will have controlled access and regulation. By designating specific archipelagic sea lanes, we can regulate the flow of international maritime traffic within our waters, preventing unauthorized entry and ensuring the passage of vessels adheres to our national laws and regulations. And this will also enhance our ability to monitor and control activities within our maritime zones, reducing the risk of illegal incursions, smuggling, and other maritime threats. Number 2, maritime defense strategy. The clear demarcation of sea lanes strengthens our national defense by enabling better surveillance and patrol operations within our territorial waters. It will allow our Navy and Coast Guard to focus resources on critical areas, thereby improving our overall maritime security and response capabilities. Number 3, it will reinforce our sovereignty. This act will reinforce our sovereignty by establishing our authority over the archipelagic waters and ensuring that any passage through these waters is consistent with our national interest. This is particularly important in the context of global security dynamics where maintaining control over our maritime domain is essential to our national security. As we move forward, this legislation will serve as a cornerstone in our maritime strategy, providing a framework for protecting our archipelagos' vast and diverse waters while fostering peaceful negotiation that benefits both our nation and the international community. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to all our colleagues, especially the minority leader who helped us strengthen some of the articles, contentious articles involved, my esteemed colleagues, the authors, the co-authors. Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Rafi Tulfo, Senator Bong Revilla, Senator Gatchalian, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Lapid, and of course, the good counsel of our former Senate President, who sorely missed me yesterday, I will always consider his advice for his advice in allowing me to continue with this bill and having initiated the creation of a special Maritime Zones Committee. Mr. President, the commitment of our colleagues ensures that the Philippines not only upholds its maritime rights but also stands resilient in the face of emerging challenges. Mr. President, for the record, 48 hours ago, I was searching some vintage bookstores and libraries in a corner street of Paris called Rue de Geoffrey, Mr. President, and I stumbled upon an old map, Mr. President, circa 1820, made by a famous French historian, Mr. President. And lo and behold, this map, circa 1820, contained Bajo de Masinloc. And I'm proud to have purchased this map. And Mr. President, and I will have this frame, very, very coincidental with what we are tackling today, Mr. President, considering that a day and a half ago, an incident happened along the airspace of Bajo de Masinloc concerning the flares made by the PLA Air Force. So, Mr. President, together with this measure, we have fortified our nation's sovereignty, strengthened our security posture, and paved the way for a prosperous and secure future for all Filipinos. Pero marami pa hong gagawin, Mr. President. We still have to submit this measure for signature of the President as well as the imprimatur of the International Maritime Organization as well as the ICAO based in Ottawa. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
The remarks of Senator Tolentino are noted. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Lauren Ligarda has an explanation of her vote for the Archipelagic Sea Lanes Act, and she wants this to be inserted into the records.
So inserted, there being no objections.
Mr. President, I move, with the consent of the body, I move that we...
Before we do, may I just ask, Mr. President, really quick, is a permission.
What is the pleasure of Senator Zubiri?
What was the first bill that we passed, pare?
The first bill,
The maritime zones. So, Mr. President, I just want to ask, thank you for recognizing me, Mr. President, with the permission of the Majority Floor Leader. Does that mean that both will be signed now by the President? I believe one was asked to be held first in abeyance until we pass this. So, the President can sign both already.
correct.
That's correct. Just for information. Thank you, Mr. President.
Duly noted. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 3971. This is the bill declaring La Union Day. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, Senate Bill number 3971. Consideration of Senate Bill number 3971 is hereby in order, and Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure and proceed. Roll call vote.
An act declaring March 2 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of La Union to be known as La Union Day in commemoration of its founding anniversary. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 22 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 3971 is approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to consider on third reading House Bill 3974. This is the bill declaring Summer Day in commemoration of the Foundation Day of the Province of Samar. So moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of House Bill number 3974 on third reading is in order. Secretary General is directed to read the title only of the measure and to proceed with roll call vote.
An act declaring August 11 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of Samar to be known as Samar Day in commemoration of its Foundation Day. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 22 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 3974 is approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 5826. This is the bill declaring Araw ng Bukidnon. That's why I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, consideration of House Bill number 5826 on third reading is in order. Secretary General is directed to read the title only of the measure and to proceed with roll call vote.
An act declaring September 1 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of Bukidnon to be known as Araw ng Bukidnon in commemoration of its foundation anniversary. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 22 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 5826 is hereby approved on third reading.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
our former Senate President who missed me yesterday is seeking the floor.
Yes.
Senator Zubiri is recognized and you may proceed, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. If I can just ask to be made a co-sponsor of the measure. I know that it came from the House, but we can be made co-sponsors. I'd like to thank everybody for voting for this measure, and it's been a long time coming in. We guarantee you that it's the only holiday of the province of Bukidnon. Thank you very much.
Duly noted and the remarks are entered into the records. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, before we proceed, I seek recognition to co-sponsor, and this is allowed by the rules, to co-sponsor Senate Bill 2771. I would just like to have my co-sponsorship speech be inserted into the records. This is the the act establishing a national framework for water resource management, among others, Mr. President.
Duly noted and entered into the records.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2620 under Committee Report number 245. This is the bill on the Universal Health Care Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Session is suspended.
Withdraw my previous statement, Mr. President, and I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2762 under Committee Report 263. This is the Create More Bill. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Consideration of Senate Bill number 2762 is in order.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we are in the period of interpellation, and with the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, and to interpellate the Honorable Senator Pia Cayetano.
Senators Gatchalian and Cayetano are both recognized for the period of interpellation for Senate Bill number 2762. The gentleman and lady have the floor.
This is the law. Yes. Oh, and then what's the change? What's the amendment? Ano yun? Anong uniform? Oh yeah,
President.
it's okay with me.
Mr. President,
Mr. President, before we resume consideration of Senate Bill 2762, I forgot to mention several guests of our colleagues here. Guests of Senator Ejercito Tulfo, Mayor Adrian Chiu of Luna Isabela, Congressman Alvin Chiu of Pasada Party List, guest of Senator Alan Cayetano, Councilor Demila Macarambon from Lanao del Norte, guest of Senator Gatchalian, officials from the Bureau of Customs led by Deputy Commissioner Michael Fermin and DBP CEO President Michael De Jesus, guests of Senator Amy Marcos, Secretary Robert Borre, together with Commissioner Rachel Herrera and Yusek Analisa Te.
Welcome, dear Senate.
Mr. President, Senator Gatchalian.
Mr. President, with the indulgence of our two colleagues, may I just be allowed to just make a very short manifestation? Will not take a minute or two, Mr.
Senator
President.
Joel is recognized. The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you to Senator Gatchalian and Senator Pia Cayetano. Mr. President, noon pong linggo, August 11, official na nagtapos yung Summer Olympics sa Paris, and this is our most successful run in our 100 years of participation in the Olympic Games. Ang atin po na pinagmamalaki na golden boy na si Carlos Yulo ay nagkamit ng 2 gintong medalya sa gymnastics. Sina Nesty Petesio at Ira Villegas naman parehong nakasungkit ng bronze medal sa boxing. Indeed, Mr. President, these are feats worth celebrating along with the gallant efforts of the rest of Team Philippines. Mr. President, we can't wait for our athlete heroes to be back home. In fact, I filed several resolutions to commend them. Pero Ginoong Pangulo, tayo po'y nalungkot kasi yung nabalitaan po natin itong linggo hinggil po sa issue ng uniform ng ating mga atleta, lalo na po yung ating golfers na sina Bianca Pagdanganan, isa po sa aking mga kababayan na mula sa Bulacan, at si Dottie Ardina. Nag-viral po yung video ni Dottie and lamented the lack of uniforms for them, and was even shown taping the Philippine flag on a store-bought shirt using a double-sided tape. Ginoong Pangulo, I'm not trying to point fingers here. I just wanted to reiterate the importance of this event na sana matuto po tayo, because as an athlete myself, Mr. President, who represented the country twice in international competition, I can understand their frustration as they are official representatives of our country. I remember, Mr. President, pag gababiyahe po kami, dala yung Philippine team, pinapadala po sa amin hand carry yung pong uniforme para masiguro na dala-dala namin at meron po uniforme. Kaya po naintindihan naman natin yung Philippine Olympic Committee and the National Golf Association of the Philippines have explained the logistical issues that prevented the uniforms from arriving in Paris. Pero sana po, Ginoong Pangulo, tunay na magsilbing aral ito sa ating mga opisyal, lalo na po sa mga namamahala sa delegasyon ng Pilipinas sa international competition, para muli, Ginoong Pangulo, hindi na po ito maulit at tinatanggap naman natin yung apology nila, but I just feel, Mr. President, na we have to make sure na this will never happen again. On a positive note, Mr. President, despite the uniform mishap, si Bianca po, who again is a fellow Bulaqueña, almost clinched a podium finish at the tournament, ranking number 4, Mr. President. Si Dottie naman finished at an impressive 13th place. In fact, their exceptional performances made the Philippines one of only 2 nations out of 25 with multiple entries to have 2 players making it on the top 15 of the competition. So again, we congratulate our golfers and the rest of our athletes who gave their 1,000% in representing our country in Paris Olympics. Mabuhay po kayo. Salamat, Ginoong Pangulo.
Manifestation of the gentleman is entered into the records and duly noted. Senator Gatchalian is recognized, as well as Senator Cayetano, for the latter's interpolations to Senate Bill number 2762. The lady may proceed.
We're ready. With the permission of the sponsor, we will continue our interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're ready to receive some questions, Mr. President.
We are going to show a, what do you call it, a slide. So, with your indulgence. that's not the slide I need to show, so we're waiting for the proper slide.
So meron tayong breakdown. Yung nasa division, kita nga.
Hindi. Yung the one that starts with macro instability. That's right. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So we'll proceed. So I'm very certain that our sponsor is familiar with this. There are two tables. One is World Bank 2005. Perceptions of severe constraints for doing business in the Philippines, well, doing business in general. And then there's a 2017 World Economic Forum, most problematic factors for doing business. For 2005, the top 5, I'll just mention the top 5, but this slide will form part of the record. Macroeconomic instability, corruption, electricity, tax rates, regulatory policy uncertainty. I might as well read 6 to 10. Crime, theft and disorder, tax administration, labor regulations, anti-competitive practices, and cost of financing. From the World Economic Forum 2017, most problematic factors: inefficient government bureaucracy. Number 2, inadequate supply of infrastructure. Number 3, corruption. Number 4, tax. So it's the same number, tax regulation. And 5 is tax rates. 6 is policy instability. 7 is access to financing. 8 is government instability like coups. 9 is restrictive labor regulations. 10 is poor work ethics in national labor force. So, Mr. President, my first question to the sponsor is, saan kaya dyan nagfo-fall ang incentives? Because we are now talking about changing again the incentives, because one of the major policy changes in the CREATE law is to provide to rationalize the incentives. This has been something that economists all over the country have agreed upon that should have been done in the last 30 or 40 years. They consider it a landmark legislation that we were able to rationalize the incentives. And so here we are reviewing the incentives that we had just rationalized. The law was passed in 2019 and it became, we passed it in 2019, the Senate passed in 2019, it became a law, I think, 2021. So barely 3 years ago. What is His Honor's guesstimate? Saan papasok dyan ang incentive?
Yeah. Well, without looking at the details of the WEF rankings, I would assume that the proposed CREATE More will fall under tax regulations and also tax rates. These two goes hand in hand. Tax regulation would probably be tax administration, meaning making it easier for companies to navigate our tax laws. And at the same time, number 5 will be the competitiveness of our tax rates, because tax rates actually, we're actually competing with our neighbors in terms of offering what we can offer, what's the best we can offer. And I would assume that this law will fall under number 5, Mr. President.
I agree. Number 5 in the World Economic Forum list, and probably for the World Bank list, regulatory policy uncertainty would also be a factor. That's on the left side. Number 5, regulatory policy uncertainty. My concern here now is that we are changing the rules again. And in my consultations with the business sector, of course, the business sector would want lower tax rate. Alam naman natin yon. And government, Department of Finance in particular, would want to, of course, increase the revenues of government. So that's that balance that we're always looking for. But another thing that the business sector pointed out was the policy uncertainty. So when we started discussing CREATE, they also said that if we can decide right away.
Yeah.
So now, the sponsor and I are in a unique position because we are both, he was my predecessor and I'm currently the chairman of the Committee on Energy. That is also one of the requests of the industries to have clear policies.
Correct.
Because in the case of energy supply, there are many investors who would like to come in if they are assured of a market.
Correct.
And they're assured that the market is predictable.
Correct.
That there will be a market for their product. Eh kung ibaban na pala natin yung product nila, buti ng umpisa pa lang alam na nila, di ba?
Correct.
So I think the sponsor and I can
Yes.
really agree on that. So on that regulatory policy uncertainty, this is why I have a problem with CREATE More. And we will read later on an opinion of Action for Economic Reform, wherein they thank Congress for the passing of CREATE, and they warn Congress of playing around with it now. Now, my statement has nothing to do with unclear rules coming out. Excuse me.
Ingay eh.
The sponsor cannot hear me and I cannot
Yeah.
speak any louder. So if we may ask that there is no other meeting going on. Not to mention, I lost my train of thought. Okay. Action for Economic Reform cautioned Congress in amending CREATE. One reason being that we already set these policies, and it's important that we give it time to do its job. But I wanted to make it clear that this representation has no issue with the sponsor clarifying rules that have made the law's implementation difficult and confusing.
Yeah.
That part, this representation has no issue.
Right.
If the law was not clear enough, or if the implementing agencies chose on their own, which is how I've heard it said a number of times, that it's the agency that refuses to implement the heart and spirit of the law, then by all means we have to support
Clarify, yeah.
any changes that need to be done. But what I want to discuss today, and for as long as it needs to be discussed, are the changes that the good sponsor, and again, I will also repeat, I have so much respect for the sponsor, for the work, the time, the energy he puts in, but I also want to be sure that we are not further confusing the business sector.
Yeah.
This administration has 3.5 years to go. And I don't want to be standing here in 3.5 years and reviewing CREATE another more. You know, let's all agree that this is the best. And I don't mind if this bill is massacred, amended. I don't mind that the CREATE law is changed. But we need to be consistent, and it cannot be, honestly, it cannot be administrative. It cannot be dependent on what the current, of course, the current administration has all the right to decide on their policies. But we have to be, Congress has to be strong in shepherding this measure so that it stands the test of each administration. That is my point, Mr. President. So that is where this representation is coming from. So I'll go now to the specifics.
Mr. President, if the
Of course.
response, the good gentle lady from Taguig will allow, I totally agree on policy stability. In fact, that is something that our country is not known for, having concrete stability in terms of policy, even regulation, for that matter, even legislation, for that matter, Mr. President. And I'm always being being someone in the private sector before. I also felt that problem with in regards to dealing with our government, and that's something also that is present with MSMEs. It's also present with big businesses. It's also present with potential investors. So in reviewing Create More, we made sure that we are not changing policy, albeit improving and enhancing policy in terms of incentive mechanisms, Mr. President. So we're very careful in not confusing, if I may borrow that word. We're very careful not to confuse existing investors and also future investors that will be enticed to come to our country. I'll give you a very specific case in point, and this is when yesterday during the interpellation of Senator Risa, I mentioned to her that there is, and I am sure the former chairperson of the Ways and Means Committee, in dealing with Create and in dealing with Create More, there's a tremendous push and pull from different stakeholders, from government, from businesses, from regulators, from IPAs most especially. And one of the things that the IPAs are strongly encouraging and strongly lobbying to bring back is the concept of separate customs territory. And that principle has been erased from the first Create. And I support that because in the review of the separate customs territory, I mentioned this yesterday, there are also evidence that abuses happened in the past, and I cited some concrete examples as well on how they abused this separate customs territory. So my point there is, even though the lobby as well as the position paper that supports going back to the separate customs territory, we did not adopt that, because that will again change the way we treat VAT zero rating and VAT exemption that is being enjoyed by current businesses. And that is one of the most lobbied principle by the IPAs and also by other businesses. But again, just to have consistency from Create and make sure that it will be carried on in Create More, we did not adopt that principle. So, in other words, Mr. President, we made sure that Create More only enhances and only clarifies items that needs to be clarified from the previous Create, from the first Create, Mr. President.
Thank you, and I appreciate that example of His Honor. Maybe one thing that can be done is also present us with a list of highly lobbied issues which the committee stand firm on and did not give into, precisely because of the belief of the chairperson that these are already good principles that should be upheld. So thank you for that. That is much appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. President.
On that note, and I congratulate His Honor because I remember that issue.
Yep, I'm sure. That is a very that is a sticking point to a lot of our IPAs, and to this date, they're still in this view that the separate customs territory is beneficial to their operations. But then again, if you weigh the cost and benefit, especially the leakages that happened in the past because of this principle, it doesn't warrant to bring back that concept anymore. Another concept, if the good gentle lady will allow, another highly debatable concept is the role of FIRB. And as we all know, during the first create, we expanded the role of FIRB. And the concept that we adopted because of that expansion is discipline. And I believe in that. And I've seen, I remember attending the hearings during the create. I remember that a lot of these IPAs, they kill each other. You know? And the concept of race to the bottom happens among these IPAs. And that is not on an overall scale. If you look at the macro scale of things, and that's not very good for our country, because instead of attracting quality, high-value companies, we are attracting low-value companies that are not generating income for the government, not generating numerous employment for the government. But yet, because of competition among the IPAs, they lower down the tax rates, and instead, these businesses that go to these IPAs would enjoy tax rates that are not commensurate to the investment that they poured in. So instead of the lobby was to go back to the old regime, meaning the IPAs will give out the incentives, and FIRB will just remain to be a monitoring body. We did not give in to that concept. We remained as is in the concept of empowering FIRB to give them more disciplinary powers over the IPAs, and I believe that FIRB should have those powers so that discipline will be instilled among IPAs. There'll still be a level of competition with the IPAs, but the competition will be closely supervised by FIRB. So that concept remains, in other words.
Okay, thank you also for that, no? Because
I'm sure that was a highly debatable issue also during the first.
Yes, of course it was, because we understand that the concern is that it would create like a tunnel and become too FIRB centric, which is also why there is an amendment for FIRB to only directly be involved in the applications for 20 billion and above.
Correct.
But I did have questions about the role of FIRB now with respect to policing, monitoring the IPAs. For the body's information, prior to create, there is no government agency that even knew how much income was being generated by the IPAs.
Yeah.
They were not even submitting their annual, their cost benefit, like yung bang inoffer nila na incentives, ano yung kawalan, but what would it redound to? In fact, if I recall correctly, we were even asking what is the technology transfer, and we have no data. We do not even have, I'm looking at the Minority Floor leader, the scientists in the mathematician and scientists in the room. We didn't even have data. Now, with all those incentives we gave away, and to put it very simply in layman's term, kumbaga, nagbenta tayo ng discounted. So normally, pag nag-discount ka, ang habol mo is makarami ka. Para overall, kita ka pa rin. Wala man lang tayong data na nagsasabi na nagpapasok tayo ng mga negosyo, foreign businesses na binigyan natin silang income tax holiday. Ang mga Filipino companies nagbabayad. Wala silang babayaran na income tax for many years. Tapos yung babayaran nila after that is what you call the fixed rate? SEIT, which is just 5%. Wala tayong data to show na ano yung napala natin doon. Wala. And supposedly, that is the job now of FRIB under the CREATE law. So his honor assuring me that will stay.
Yes, Mr. President.
And do you have the data to show what has been, what each IPA has been able to produce, like from their existing locators, at least since CREATE started?
Post-CREATE, yes, Mr. President.
Per IPA, maybe the team can just submit it to my team so that I can review it and then I can give my comments.
Mr. President, we can submit to Her Honor the investments that went in per IPA post-CREATE.
Yes.
We'll submit
no, not just what came in post-CREATE. I think I saw a report on that. But the monitoring of the existing businesses that are registered with each IPA? Like how many
The cost-benefit analysis
of
per
each,
IPA.
Yes,
Yes.
for each IPA.
Okay, Mr. President, we'll submit to
Okay,
Her Honor about
and then I'll just ask questions after we receive that. But sorry, can you just go back to the slide before I leave it for my next topic? I just wanted to point out that number 1 on the list of World Bank is macroeconomic instability, and I do believe that this has something to do with what we are doing now with CREATE, because macroeconomic policy refers to the entire operations of the economy. So it means ano lahat ng mga policies natin that affect doing business, that affect the people's livelihood, that affect all of us. And being a developing country, foreign direct investment is a big part of macroeconomic policy. And I'll quickly go now to the slide of Secretary Ralph. I'm doing this anong tawag doon? Hindi po to scripted yung questions ko kasi yung kay Secretary Ralph, kanina lang
Kanina
yon.
sa DBCC.
So wala pa yan sa sa notes ko. But anyway, I can just refer to it, and then kahit pahabol na lang, I just need my iPad so I can look at his Meron siyang medium term na
MTFF.
medium term na
Medium-term fiscal
slide,
framework.
No? Hold on. No, I haven't shown you. Show me the PowerPoint.
Meron kanina.
Secretary Ralph.
Nandito.
So I'm looking at the presentation of Secretary Ralph, no, and early on, I'll tell you which slide it is. I'll have my team try to, it's number 4 of his slides. Refined medium-term fiscal program ensures the following: reduce debt and deficit, which he talked about extensively, create more and better jobs, that's what I want to talk about, increase people's income and reduce the poverty rate. Okay, yung create more and better jobs, this is very Ralph Recto, if I may say, which is a good thing. Having had lots of experience in local government in Batangas, one of the manufacturing capitals, I
Correct.
think, of our country. Nakafocus siya dyan, no? And that goes directly to reducing poverty, because
Yes.
obviously if they have jobs,
Right.
it reduces poverty. And I don't know about increasing the skill. I mean, I don't know yet. I do know. I know that we have more work to do in terms of increasing the income, because if our manufacturing is really the low-level manufacturing,
Yes,
then
yes.
we know that that's one of the lower income generating businesses, no? Which is where the former administration was trying to, that was the direction they were trying to push us to, na in as much as this country, I have to say, take my hats off to all the women in this country that entered into garment manufacturing factories. Dahil sa kanila, and most of them are women, dahil sa mga kababaihan na ito, they change the future of their families. And this is a worldwide documented. All these women who before were homemakers, sewing in their homes, nung sila ay naging gainfully employed in these garment factories, they changed the future of their families because nakapag-aral yung mga anak nila. And these children became professionals, naging teachers, naging accountants. A beautiful story. It happens all over the world. It has happened in the Philippines. Sadly, the direction then becomes, let's now let your children who are now educated and trained have higher paying jobs. I think naman any parent would want that, right? Which then makes the garment making and other similar industries less desirable if you really want higher income. That is the reality. It is politically a sad reality kasi nga gusto mo nga i-push sa higher earnings. So what do? You invest in skill development, so on and so forth. But that is why it is politically difficult to be able to say na mas bibigyan ko ng incentive itong mga technology-based, research-based jobs versus these other jobs because nga, yun yung pinupush mo, yun yung gusto mo.
Yeah.
If a mayor had a choice kung ano yung factory na papapasukin niya, di syempre yung pinakamas malaki ang income, di ba?
Correct.
Pero ang pangit naman pakinggan na pababayaan mo yung isang industry na yun ang ikinabuhay ng mga pamilya nila. Hindi naman dapat kinakalimutan yun. But you know what I'm talking
Yes,
about?
yes,
I'm
Mr.
talking
President.
about the difficult political decisions you make to really be able to encourage and facilitate the transition to a higher income generating
Correct.
to higher income generating industries, right?
Right. Or higher value industry.
Or higher value.
Higher value industries.
So, the reason I said this is very Ralph Recto, because I know na doon ang pinanggagaling niya, create more jobs. So that is my question now for the sponsor. Kaya haba-haba ng background ko, but there is a purpose to my background. Is that the purpose of create more now? More job creation rather than income generation, because at uunahin ko na yung hindi na kita pahihirapan, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, my concern is yung mga investors, binigyan na natin sila ng mahabang grace period, yung mga nakakatanggap ng income tax holiday and many benefits. Umabot na ng 17 years ang binigay natin na time for them to avail of those incentives. Under Create More, dinagdagan pa natin. So parang never na natin sila gustong magbayad ng normal na income tax. If that is the policy, then just explain, yan ang policy. Kasi mas habol natin na maraming trabaho na pumasok dito, hayaan mo nang kahit hindi sila nagko-contribute sa income tax. O di sige, di yun. Kasi yun ang tingin ko.
Yeah. Well, actually, Mr. President, the ITH, we didn't touch the duration of the ITH. What we only extended is the special corporate income tax and as well
Yes.
as the enhanced deduction. For special corporate income tax, you pay 5%,
Yes.
of which 3 goes to national and 2 goes to the local. So in other words, may nakukuha tayo doon.
Yes, sorry, I agree. Hindi naman ginalaw yung
Yung
income tax
ITH.
holiday kasi fix yun.
Correct.
Pero nadagdagan yung period. And to be clear, meron namang income na
Yes,
pumapasok.
correct.
And most, if not all, companies will say they prefer that.
Yes,
I don't have a problem with that. If that is the preferred route and if this makes us competitive,
Correct.
okay lang yun. In fact, gawin mo pang 100 years. Yun lang yung tanong ko na ano ba? Kasi ayoko
Correct.
lang nung kada bagong administration, labi ng labi.
Correct. In fact,
Diba?
Mr.
Ano ba
President,
talaga?
In fact, Mr. President, you're absolutely correct. If you ask these corporations, they would rather have the SIT, Special Corporate Income Tax Perpetual.
Let's be clear now so that the viewing public understand, because I clarified this last time I interpolated. Itong SIT is a gross tax
Income.
that is gross tax rate that is applied para lahat nung ano mo yung base nung tax na yon is just your revenue times 5%.
Correct.
Ganon. Versus yung normal na alam ng mga companies na lalagay mo yung mga deduction mo,
Yeah,
tapos
correct,
yung
correct.
iba hindi papayagan ng
Yes,
ng
correct.
BIR, mag-aaway pa kayo ng BIR, 5 years
Correct.
later nag-aaway pa rin kayo.
Correct, Mr.
So
President.
mas gusto din nila yung simple lang.
Yes.
And I don't mind. If you
Correct.
make that permanent, make it permanent.
Correct.
I'm just saying that I'm not so happy because it contributes to what I posted is the unstable economic policies
Yes.
that we have.
Yeah, well, I get the point of Her Honor, and I join her in her statement that we should really have, the country should really have concrete and stable policies,
Yeah.
investment policies, legislative policy, investment legislation, investment policies, even regulation, Mr. President. And I truly believe in that personally. And like I said, in my past private life, I also experienced a lot of changing regulatory issuance, and that creates uncertainty and also creates problems for our taxpayers and our investors. So that's why we did not change the ITH, because the ITH, in effect, government will not get any taxes under that regime. But what we just extended is the special corporate income tax and enhanced deduction. Under enhanced deduction, you will still get 20%, government will still get 20% corporate income tax in that regime. So in both regimes, government takes up something.
Yes, meron naman.
Meron
Yes.
naman siya. Meron naman siya.
I also understand, Mr. President, that for the companies that are investing 20 billion pesos, tama ba? And above, there is a... 27. Na makaka-avail lang. It comes to a total of 27 years that they will have favorable tax rates. Again, I don't have a problem with it per se. If I see some look of in the faces of your team, so I will give them a moment to digest that. 27 years because 7 years ITH plus 20 years SCIT or EDR, or a total of 27 years. Is
Correct,
that
Mr.
accurate?
President. Yes,
Is that
Mr.
accurate?
President. It varies, Mr. President, depending on your location, Mr. President.
Yeah.
But yes.
No, I'm looking at the all other areas, and then dun sa Metro Manila, roughly it's 27 also. In NCR, it's up to 20. Depends. There's 24, there's 26. I mean, I'm looking at the table, so I know it varies, but
Yes.
up to 27.
Correct,
So,
Mr. President.
for many people, this looks like a horribly long time. Now, wow, 27 years, ang ganda ng tax rate nila. But we understand because these corporations don't think in terms of human years. They think in terms of generations.
Yes.
So, naiintindihan natin yan. Ang gusto ko lang malaman, Mr. President, is this what it takes to be competitive? Ganito ba ang palakaran in different Southeast Asian countries? Kasi I know that is the goal. Tama ba?
Yes,
One of the
Mr.
major
President.
goals is to be competitive. So
Correct.
that when people say, I want to go to Asia, they will think of the fact that the Filipinos are known to be very hospitable. It's nice to live there. Siyempre, decision ng expat. Gusto nila, masaya sila dito. Number 2, they speak good English. Okay, whatever. Number 3, well, hindi tayo magpapatalo dun sa incentives na binibigay nung ibang bansa.
Yes.
So ito ba yon? Ganito ba yung binibigay na up to 27 years?
Well, Mr. President, different jurisdictions will have different investment regimes. Can I get yung different jurisdictions? So that's why we created a suite of incentives that we can give, aside from longer special corporate income tax, longer enhanced deduction. We also give out additional enhanced deduction, for example,
Yeah.
for electricity. Because even after 2 years, the desire before was after create, our electricity costs hopefully will lower down because of the reforms that we'll be implementing. But unfortunately, it's much more complicated than that. So instead of waiting for electricity prices to go down, we just increased the deduction 50% to 100%.
Para in effect sa kanila, parang bumaba na rin yung kuryente nila.
Correct. In
Yes.
effect, parang bumaba sa kanila. So, to answer your question, different jurisdictions will have different mechanisms for incentives, Mr. President. So, and based on the study, this is quite competitive already vis-a-vis Vietnam or Indonesia or Malaysia, Mr. President. In other words, we can already compete with this list of incentives, Mr. President.
So what is not currently offered in CREATE that makes us less competitive?
One of the most important there is the electricity deduction, Mr. President.
Okay,
Because
I understand. Because electricity was at the top of the list. So,
Correct.
since hindi natin ma-resolve yun head-on, by way of deduction na lang. Okay?
Correct.
I can understand that.
If we look at the list of deductions, Mr. President, we also, let me just go through the list. Okay. Mga deductions muna. The deductions. Saan yung deductions? May chart. Ayan to. Okay. So, Mr. President, power expense, we increased it from additional 50% deductibility to 100% deductibility. And then we also increased, we also added expense related to exhibitors, trade missions, and trade fairs. This is for marketing. And the rationale here is to encourage exporters to go out and sell their goods outside of the Philippines because export is one of our biggest dollar inputs that improves our currency balance. So initially in the old CREATE, there's no deductibility for additional deductibility for expenses related to exhibitors. We added 50% for that. And then we also improved the timing of the NOLCO, the net operating loss carryover. So in other words, Mr. President, the deductibility is also part of the list of incentives that they can choose from. So they can choose whether they will go with the easier SIT or the enhanced deduction that will make their manufacturing company competitive because they can apply for those additional deductibility, Mr. President. So, in other words, they have a list. No? They can choose what's best for their business.
Understand. This list of enhanced deductions that His Honor is discussing is for IPA registered investors. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr.
They
President.
are, yeah. So, because when you mentioned that there's now additional deduction for those who have expenses related to their trade missions, exhibitions in trade missions or trade fairs, it makes me think of the small businesses. I just came from the cacao, the chocolate, the cacao Congress in Cebu a few weeks ago. Wow, there was like thousands of farmers, small businesses present there. And one of their requests is support to attend trade missions. None of them, I'm certain, are registered in IPAs.
Because they're MSMEs.
So yeah, and I know that under this Create More, you have another section for any type of investors. If I'm not right, you have this deductions for where you have this list of benefits for IPA registered, and you have another list for just regular investors, diba? And so would these small businesses fall under it? Parang hindi eh.
No, Mr. President.
Yun nga eh. So how do we, because when you talk about trade missions and I actually think the biggest beneficiaries would be small businesses.
Yeah.
You know, these are and you know, it could be artisanal, but it could also be really high in research, and we know very well that our inventors don't get enough support. So I feel bad that this is now just being extended to IPA registered businesses.
Well, Mr. President, a feature that we enhance in the bill is if you are an exporter, meaning the definition of exporter is you export 70% of your goods, you can enjoy VAT zero rating on all your purchases domestically, Mr. President. So if you are a small company but you export 70%, then you can get zero rating in your domestic purchases, Mr. President. That will make you competitive globally and competitive vis-a-vis other markets, Mr. President. So that's a feature that we included here so that we encourage exporters, no matter what size they are, and also to make their goods competitive, Mr. President.
I'm still thinking of the small businesses that they're not yet exporters, they want to be exporters, that's why they join the trade fair, and it may require, kumbaga sa artista, it may require na nakailang palabas ka muna, makita mo muna yung sarili mo ng ilang beses bago ka mapansin. So anyway, can I just park that idea with His Honor?
We'll take note of that.
Because really,
the MSMEs will take note of that and how we and think about how we
I mean,
can
and in fact, it may not even be in Create More, but I don't like to leave it behind. And in our defense of Create, we were mindful of this to the extent that if there's another vehicle, another law, other policies that we can ensure covers, captures, supports this sector of the small businesses, we should be able to do that. In fact, earlier, DBP president was here.
Yeah.
And I told him that you have to be able to capture these small businesses, these projects that require the DBP kind of investment that other banks would normally not be investing in.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I can leave that for now. So I will go back to the discussion I left off, my discussion last week on the SIPP. His Honor had given an example. So my issue was Create More now introduces this idea of having a local SIPP. SIPP is the Strategic Investment Priority Plan. So I'd like to read what the current Create Law states and what the Create More is proposing.
Nasaan yung local SIP?
So under Create, simple lang naman to on the Strategic Investment Priority Plan, this is Section 300.
Yes.
The Board of Investment, in coordination with the Fiscal Incentive Review Board and the IPAs, other government agencies, and the private sector, shall formulate the national SIPP. Okay? So simple lang, si BOI in consultation with FIRB. The proposed amendment now, the amendment in the committee report now, has a insertion in the latter part of that same section that says each investment promotion agency, each IPA, in consultation with the Board of Investment, may formulate their own SIPP, which shall be known as the local SIPP. So that's an area of confusion for me, and His Honor and I left off with His Honor giving an example being halal food, correct?
Halal.
His Honor
Correct.
remembers, okay.
Correct.
So ito po yung situation that I see. His Honor said that, for example, in Mindanao, it's very possible that unoptimized, hindi pa na-optimize yung potential natin to promote halal food, to produce halal food, to manufacture, to process, so on and so forth. So you want to give the local agencies that ability to include them in the SIPP. That is my understanding of the example that His Honor gave, correct? Okay. With the same example, I have the opposite view, and I think it's the view also of Senator Alan, because Taguig has the biggest Muslim population in Metro Manila, and they can very well, and they are producing halal food also. So if you look at the existing Create Law, may Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Necessarily, if food manufacturing, which I think is a medyo lower level type of manufacturing, but it can still receive incentives. If you are located in Metro Manila, you will get less incentives kasi nga the objective is to push the investments in industries outside of Metro Manila. So necessarily, the Create Law already captures that scenario na kung dun sa lugar sa Mindanao, outside of the cities, even sa Visayas, even sa Luzon, so in the same business, somebody could be creating halal food in Taguig City, for that matter in Valenzuela, and then somewhere in the Visayas in Mindanao, they will all receive naman the incentives. Kaya pinakamaliit yung sa Metro Manila kasi nga, pinopromote natin yung sa malayo. Ngayon, once you let these local SIPPs come up with their own, lalo magkakagulo kasi yung Create, naset na based on location, ito yung incentives mo, and based on the type of activity. Meron may formula na tayo So bakit gusto nyo pang dagdagan? Hindi ko talaga maintindihan kung ba't kailangan dagdagan yun. Kasi we will go back to the uncertain macroeconomic policies. We will go back to the race to the bottom. That is my humble opinion. If we now allow each investment promotion agency in consultation with the Board of Investment. So tinanggal pa si FIRB. Kaya nga natin nilagay si FRIB kasi FIRB will somehow oversee na, no, let us push all our, for example lang, let's go back to the halal food. Paano kung pwede palang i-create yon in, alam mo yung, remember during the very first few days of COVID, I remember seeing pictures sa internet na buti pa dun sa ibang bansa, meron sila nung, ano ba tawag doon, pagkain na ano ba yun? Yung, dehydrated. Meron silang mga dehydrated food, parang yung mga kinakain ng mga astronauts, kinakain din yun ng mga mountaineers. Dehydrated food na nakapack, nandun na, kompleto na yung calories. Pag tinignan mo, mukha lang siyang chalk, baka sana hindi naman lasang chalk, pero kompleto na yung calories noon and yung nutritional value. So, syempre, ano na yun, di ba, with advanced technology, thankfully, hindi naman natin kinailangan yun. Pero, if I'm not mistaken, yung brother ko si Lino, bumili pa siya nun sa Amazon, pinadalan pa niya kami backpack na may kasamang flashlight, tubig, ano yun, yung pills para sa pampalinis ng tubig, water purifying pills, and then meron ng mga dehydrated na pagkain na yun. So, siguro yung ganong klaseng halal na dehydrated food, maybe that would even have the higher level because it includes na research and development. But it doesn't change the fact that covered na yun ang create. And the reason na FIRB is there is to ensure that nadi-differentiate natin yung ano. So yun lang naman. I'm parking that with His Honor kasi I really have a problem with this local.
Yeah, I understand where the good gentle lady from Taguig is coming from, and I acknowledge her example. And the way the SIPP is designed right now, it's only one nationwide. No? It doesn't take into consideration the different geographical locations under the CREATE. It doesn't take into consideration the geographical locations of the IPAs. So it's one big IPA for the entire nation. And during our consultations with the IPAs, we realized that different IPAs will have different strengths and weaknesses based on their geographical location. For example, the one that we interacted the most is CESA because they're located on the eastern seaboard, and they have a different geographical location, obviously, in that area, and they wanted to promote, for example, aquaculture, aqua processing, fish processing, and all of those sorts. So, in other words, those type of businesses will not be present for IPAs, for example, located in the West or located inland, like Clark or AFAB. So, we realized that different IPAs will really have different, because of their geographical peculiarities, will have different strengths and weaknesses. And we want to capture that nuance. So that's why we allowed the IPAs to create their own local SIPP, but it should be in line with national policy, national guidelines, and national standard. It will not be just purely at the whim of the IPAs. It will be in line with the national guidelines.
Kakamot muna ng ulo. Mr. President, may I ask His Honor to repeat the exact example that he was using to illustrate why it would not, what would not be applicable inland versus, I just wanted to hear that example, just like the halal, so I can...
Like for example, IPAs that are located near the shore, they have plans to open up, let's say, seafood processing, seafood cold storage, seafood manufacturing, as opposed to, let's say, Clark, Clark is inland and they don't have any body of water beside them. So it's a different business model for Clark. And seafood definitely is not applicable to them. So we just want to capture the nuances of the IPAs and give them a chance to grow and to identify industries that are based on their strengths. But definitely, it's not based on their whim. No, it will not be a decision on their own. It will still be in line with national guidelines and with national standards.
I understand what His Honor is saying, and I will read the law, the CREATE law again for the record. This is the CREATE law. The Board of Investments, in coordination with the Fiscal Incentive Review Board and the investment promotion agencies and other government agencies, shall formulate the national SIP. So the IPAs are consulted and they have the opportunity to provide their input for the national SIP. So pag sinabi nilang ng mga IPA na nasa inland, ito kailangan namin. Pag sinabi ng mga IPAs na nasa bundok, ito ibibigay naman nila. Yung mga nasa seaside, ito bibigay nila. Yung mga nasa industrial area, ibibigay naman nila eh. So I don't understand why there is a need to change that and now say that each investment promotion agency and consultation with the Board of Investment, meaning tinanggal mo pa si FIRB, may formulate their own SIP. Why don't you say that they will submit it and that the FIR and that this whole group will take into consideration the particular circumstances, the particular terrain, the particular geography, the particular talent.
Actually,
Because then we might go back to what His Honor agrees with this representation is the problem with these IPAs running their own turf and creating their own rules and laws. So that is my
I understand, Mr. President.
That is my humble observation.
I understand, Mr. President. I get the point of the good gentle lady from Taguig. In fact, Mr. President, in our proposal, we strengthen the relationship between BOI, FIRB, and IPAs. We strengthened it by changing the word coordination to consultation, because in practice, from what we, during our TWG, in practice, they are just being made to submit position papers, or they're just being made to attend meetings, but there's no guarantee if their suggestions will be placed inside the SIPP. So we changed the word coordination to consultation, and we did not remove FIRB. FIRB will still be part of the process, but we made it stronger in a sense that they will be consulted rather than just merely coordination, Mr. President. So, FIRB will still be...
I disagree, Your Honor, because in the paragraph and in a few sentences within that same section, it makes it very clear that each IPA in consultation with BOI. So it's almost as if FIRB is disregarded. Anyway, I can park that. You can look at it, but that is how I would now interpret it. Like wala nang role si FIRB.
I don't know if we have the same, but here in our committee report, section 300, Strategic Investment Priorities Plan, the Board of Investments, in consultation with the FIRB, Fiscal Incentive Review Board.
Around 12 lines below, on line 29, there's a new sentence inserted that does not make reference. But that is my whole problem, the local.
Yes, Mr. President, because our interpretation here, it falls under the SIPP provision, Mr. President. But we can improve language to make sure that it's in line with national guidelines, Mr. President.
I humbly submit that this will precisely be the cause of the race to the bottom that our very sponsor is concerned about.
Yeah.
So
That's not the intention, Mr. President, and we're open to suggestions.
yeah. Okay, Mr. President, we have been asked by the Senate President to suspend to make room for some items that need to be taken up.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senators Gatchalian and Pia Cayetano, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2762.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Baika.
Mr. President, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1604 and House Bill number 8210, both on Oral Program Act. With the permission of the body, I move to recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, Senator Win Gatchalian, to give us the highlights of the Conference Committee report. So move, Mr. President.
Senator Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, as the lead conferee of the Senate panel, I have the honor of submitting for ratification a copy of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1604 and House Bill number 8210, otherwise known as the Academic Recovery and Accessible Learning or ARAL Program Act. The Senate and the House panels have met and discussed to work out a reconciled version of our respective bills. We have come up with a piece of legislation that seeks to establish a free and effective national learning intervention program to ensure that all learners who are struggling in their lessons, especially in reading, mathematics, and science, will be able to attend the competencies in their respective grade levels. At the core of the ARAL program is the commitment to impart knowledge from qualified tutors to the covered learners from kindergarten to grade 10. As such, covering learners will engage in well-systemized tutorial sessions with an army of teachers, para-teachers, and pre-service teachers who have received sufficient training focused on effective pedagogies, interpersonal skills, social-emotional learning, and cultural competency, among others. Mr. President, I am proud to move for the ratification of this education reform legislation designed to help our learners get back on track. Based on the projections of the National Economic and Development Authority, this legislation is crucial to mitigating potential economic losses exceeding 10 trillion pesos over the next 4 decades. The ARAL Program Act will simultaneously advance both learning recovery and economic recovery, steering us towards a brighter and more prosperous future for our learners and our nation. Finally, I extend my gratitude to my colleagues and the co-authors, President Pro Tempore, Senator Jingoy Estrada, now DepEd Secretary Sani Angara, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Laura Nilgarda, Senator Joel Villanueva, and Senator Cynthia Villar, whose unwavering dedication and advocacy for this legislation were instrumental in bringing it to its ratification. Thank you also to Minority Leaders, Thank you also to Majority Leader Senator Francis Tolentino, Senator Nancy Binay, Senator Pia Cayetano, and Senator Risa Ontiveros for their invaluable contribution as conferees when we thrashed out several issues during the pre-bicameral conference. We also thank Minority Leader Senator Coco Pimentel and Senator Tolentino, who contributed to refine the bill during the interpolations. Mr. President, the comprehensive details of the disagreeing provisions are reflected in the joint explanatory statement. With the permission of the body, I move that the said joint explanatory statement on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1604 and House Bill number 8210 be read in toto into the record, and that the Bicameral Conference Committee report be ratified. Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, I second the motion to approve and ratify the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1604 and House Bill number 8210, and let the text of the joint explanation be deemed spread in the records of the Chamber. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1604 and House Bill number 8210 is hereby approved and ratified. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, the Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized.
Senator Risa Ontiveros recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like to congratulate the sponsor for the ratification of the Bicameral Conference Committee report of the Academic Recovery and Accessible Learning or ARAL program. And I thank the sponsor for allowing this representation to be made co-author. Since 2021, I've been working with our colleagues in the Senate in advocating for measures to address our education crisis. I support the program as an essential intervention in equipping our learners to navigate their way out of learning poverty and to recover from learning losses due to the COVID-19 pandemic. I thank the sponsor for taking a firm stand in ensuring the holistic design of the ARAL program by ensuring that it is considerate of the learners' multifaceted and diverse needs, which include but are not limited to nutritional, social, emotional, and mental health provisions. Kaisa po ako, Mr. President, ng ating sponsor sa umaasang agad mapirmahan ng Pangulo at maisabatas ang ARAL program at maihabol ang kinakailangang pondo para sa implementasyon nito. However, Mr. President, with or without the ARAL program, there are still several concerns and questions that need to be addressed by our designated implementing agencies, DepEd in particular, to ensure the realization of the objectives of the ARAL program. Mula po iyan, Mr. President, sa mga mahahalagang baseline and endline assessments needed for the implementation of the program, pag-a-adjust sa contact hours ng mga guro, para-teachers, and tutors na makikilahok sa programa at ang epekto nito sa kasalukuyang workload. Pagdedetalye ng mahalagang components o lalamanin ng programa kasama ang timetable for its implementation to catch up on our learning loss and recovery. At higit sa lahat, ang budget na kakailanganin para sa dagdag allowance ng guro, financial assistance sa mga learners, at pagbili ng mga kakailanganing learning resource materials. Gayon din, Mr. President, since the program intends to ensure that no learners will be left behind at bahagi rin ng ating prioritization and targeted interventions, umaasa ako, Mr. President, that the implementing agencies in preparation for the ARAL program will consider the distinct contexts of our learners, gaya halimbawa ng mga nasa last mile schools, iyong mga nasa rural remote areas, o di kaya ang mga under-resourced school divisions and learning sites. I just wanted to put these concerns into the record at maraming salamat, Mr. President, and good sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we transfer from calendar for the basis to the calendar for special orders, committee report number 282 on, I'm sorry, Mr. President. Committee report number 283 on Senate Bill number 2780. This is the bill on the Loss and Damage Fund Board Act. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2780 under committee report number 283.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Consideration of Senate Bill number 2780 is now in order. The Secretary will read only the title of the bill without prejudice to inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
An act granting juridical personality and legal capacity to the Board of the Fund for responding to loss and damage due to climate change.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move to recognize Senator Amy Marcos, Chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Relations, to deliver her sponsorship speech.
Senator Amy, the Super Ate, is recognized.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President, my esteemed colleagues in the Senate. It's my honor, pride, and privilege to rise in this august chamber to sponsor Senate Bill number 2780 under Committee Report number 283 entitled An Act Granting Juridical Personality and Legal Capacity to the Board of the Fund for responding to loss and damage due to climate change. This bill is in substitution of Senate Bills number 2734, 2747, 2748, 2750, and 2751, introduced by Senators Legarda, Tolentino, Estrada, Revilla, and myself, respectively, pleading for a complete phase-out of fossil fuels at COP28. Our United Nations Secretary, Antonio Gutierrez, stated, "We are living through climate collapse in real time, and the impact is devastating." Unfortunately for us Filipinos, the negative effects of climate change are only too well known. Too intimately and too frequently in our vulnerable archipelago, we have witnessed rising sea levels, increased frequency of typhoons, extreme weather events, as well as the slow onset events of rising global temperatures causing floods, landslides, and the erosion that pollutes water resources, damages infrastructure, destroys crops, and leads to the loss of lives and livelihoods. In 2023, the World Risk Index ranked the Philippines as the most disaster-prone country in the world, followed by both Indonesia and India. The World Bank estimates that the Philippines' annual losses from typhoons alone represent 1.2% of our gross domestic product, and between 2012 and 2023, typhoon-related losses and damage reached 242 billion pesos. Economic damage and productivity losses from increasing intensity and the frequency of extreme weather events could reach 7.6% of the GDP by 2030 and 13.6% by 2040. Patuloy na nagdurusa ang bayan natin na naging dulot ng bagyong Karina. Nasalanta ang milyong-milyong produktong agrikultural, mga nasirang gusali, tulay, kalsada at kabahayan. Marami tayong mga kababayang walang matulugan, namatayan pa at walang makain. Hanggang ngayon, di pa rin natutuyo ang baha sa Hagunoy, Bulacan. Ayon kay Senator Villanueva at kay Senator Lapid naman, andyan ang Macabebe at Milarin, Pampanga. Sa Navotas, Barangay Tansa at Barangay Manuyo ay baha pa rin. In a groundbreaking and hard-fought agreement, therefore, the 27th Conference of Parties in 2022 of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change saw the parties finally agree to establish a new funding agreement, accompanied most importantly by a dedicated fund to assist developing countries to respond to the adverse impacts of climate change. Alam ng ating mga climate and environmental warriors na si Senator Legarda at si Senator Cynthia Villar na napakahalaga po nito. This indeed is a breakthrough in the decades-long and oft acrimonious debate on funding for loss and damage brought about by climate change. Earlier this afternoon, in fact, the Department of Finance has already informed us that the certification for this Senate bill has been signed by the President, is en route to the Senate. So, through the Loss and Damage Board, financial support will be provided in the form of grants and concessional financing that can be utilized by any eligible country. The World Bank will assume the role of overseeing the fund's overall coordination for the first 4 years, ensuring the efficient allocation of resources and aiding nations in their endeavors to recover from the aftermath of natural disasters. As of today, the total pledges by 19 developed countries to the Loss and Damage Fund amounts to US $792 million, and upwards of $10 million has already been paid up. The fund was operationalized last year by the establishment of the Loss and Damage Board, composed of 26 members responsible to the for the fund's strategic direction, operations, and work program. The Philippines has secured a seat on the board as a permanent representative of the Asia-Pacific Group. In May 2024, the Philippines prepared and submitted a competitive bid package, and last July 9, 2024, we won and were selected to host the board here in Manila. Such hosting of the board upholds the Philippines' resolve and commitment toward global climate action. It will confirm our leadership in the developing world in pushing for a more equitable response to climate loss and damage. In our country proposal to host the Loss and Damage Board, we committed to confer juridical personality and legal capacity upon the board, including the grant of privileges and immunities. We also committed to enter into a host country agreement with the board after it has been confirmed with juridical personality and legal capacity. But all this must be executed within the next 90 days from the date of the country selection as host. Please take note, this 90-day period will end on October 7, 2024. Our Senate President, Escudero, our Majority Leader, Tolentino, as well as our Minority Leader, Pimentel, are all fully cognizant of these very tight timelines. The measure that is sponsored today is our obligation to provide the enabling law to grant the requisite juridical personality to the board, vesting it with full legal capacity to enter into contracts, acquire and dispose of properties, institute legal proceedings, negotiate, conclude, and enter into a hosting agreement with the World Bank as interim trustee and host of the Fund Secretariat, and undertake, finally, related or necessary activities to carry out the purpose for which the board was created. Given the very tight schedule, I implore my distinguished colleagues to join me in enacting this measure to endow juridical personality and legal capacity at the soonest possible opportunity to the board of the fund for responding to loss and damage due to climate change. In his last State of the Nation address, the President emphasized the Philippines' position on the Board of Loss and Damage as complementary to our own local efforts, as well as our way to access financial assurance for climate change initiatives. Hindi sapat na gusto lang nating tumulong. Hindi sapat na may plano tayo para sa baha, sa lindol at sa putok ng bulkan. Hindi sapat ang gusto at plano. Kailangan nating kumilos. Gawin ang gusto, gawin ang plano. Ngayon na. Maraming salamat sa ating mahal na Pangulo at sa aking mga kasamahan dito sa Senado.
Thank you, Senator Marcos. I see Senator Joel Villanueva.
Yes, Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Bato de la Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. President and distinguished colleagues. I rise today before this August chamber to co-sponsor Senate Bill number 2780, an act granting juridical personality and legal capacity to the board of the fund for responding to loss and damage due to climate change. To the uninitiated, loss and damage may seem to be a topic too technical to understand. Ano nga naman ang kinalaman ng loss and damage sa buhay ng karaniwang Pilipino? And yet, Mr. President, Filipino households continue to face and suffer typhoons, water shortages, and heat waves. To give a more recent example, Karina was unrelenting, unforgiving, and everywhere. One could hear statements like, "First time pong bumaha rito sa amin. Ngayon lang po kami nakaranas ng ganito." Climate change, Mr. President, is all too real. And because climate change is real, then so, too, are loss and damage. Let us understand loss as permanent and irreversible, while damage can be addressed through reparation and restoration. Ang halimbawa ng loss ay kapag tayo ay nawalan ng mahal sa buhay dahil sa isang sakuna. Hindi na natin sila maibabalik. Hindi na natin sila kayang buhayin muli. A loss, therefore, shall remain to be a loss. Samantalang ang halimbawa ng damage naman ay iyong pagkasira ng mga tirahan ng dahil sa parehong sakuna. Maaari pa nating ayusin o kung may sapat na pera, maaari tayong magpatayo ng panibagong bahay. That which is damaged can still be repaired. In 2022, the 27th United Nations Climate Change Conference of the Parties, COP27, was held. There, a consensus was reached. A climate change loss and damage fund shall be established, defining loss and damage as the unavoidable consequences from climate change. The loss and damage fund shall therefore serve as financial pool for assistance to countries most impacted by climate change. Mr. President, hindi natin may pagkaila na bagamat ramdam ng buong mundo ang epekto ng climate change, di hamak na mas nararamdaman ito ng mga mahihirap sa bansa. Developing countries, ika nga ng UP mismo, tulad ng Pilipinas. But the fact that we suffer from climate change more than others cannot be euphemized away. It is real. According to the Philippine Statistics Authority, in 2021 alone, damages due to natural extreme events and disasters in the Philippines was estimated at PHP 60.68 billion. Ayon pa sa World Risk Report 2023, nangunguna ang Pilipinas sa 193 countries pagdating sa disaster risk. Masakit isipin na minsan pa nga lang nating naabot ang top spot sa mga listahan, doon pa talaga sa exposure, vulnerability, at kawalan ng coping mechanism sa panahon ng sakuna, Mr. President. Mr. President, kung sa isang laro ng bingo, ang tama ng climate change, marahil ay sa unang bula pa lamang ay namuro na agad tayo. Pero sa lahat ng jackpot, ang maging una sa listahan na maapektuhan ng climate change ay hindi biyaya mula sa kalangitan, kundi isang kalunos-lunos na katotohanan. Gayunpaman, may dalang pag-asa ang Loss and Damage Fund. At ito ay nasigundahan pa ng COP28 kung saan ay pinalad ang Pilipinas na maging host country ng Loss and Damage Fund Board. Kung pinalad man tayo sa pagiging host, ang kapalarang ito ay may kaakibat na responsibilidad. Kasama sa mga pinangatawanang pangako ng Pilipinas ay ang siguraduhin ang pagbibigay ng sapat na pribilehiyo, legal na kapasidad at juridikal na pagkatao sa Loss and Damage Fund Board. Ito ay maliwanag na napapaloob sa ating host country agreement. Mr. President, malaking papel at mabigat na pananagutan ang maging host country sa usapin ng climate change resilience efforts. Granted, this responsibility poses a challenge, but it is also an excellent opportunity to show that we Filipinos never back down on any challenge. After all, although Al Gore has called climate change an inconvenient truth, it remains to be a truth. And the truth, especially when you accept it, will set you free. Senate Bill number 2780, hence is this chamber's sober and proactive acceptance of this inconvenient truth. Mr. President, I proudly support this bill championed by Senator Amy Marcos. Daghang salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator De La Rosa, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is our Tita Ganda, Senator Lauren Legarda. I move that she be recognized.
Senator Lauren Legarda is recognized.
Thank you very much. In support of the sponsor, the esteemed chairman of the Committee on Foreign Relations, this representation would like to stand to co-sponsor and express my support to the Loss and Damage Fund Board Bill, a crucial piece of legislation that this representation principally authored. It fulfills our international obligations and fortifies our commitment to climate justice and the fight against climate change. The Department of Environment and Natural Resources projects that by year 2100, rising sea levels could displace 13.6 million Filipinos and submerge 17% of our islands, endangering 64 provinces and 822 coastal communities due to climate change. The DNR also warns that by year 2040, 150,000 Filipinos may be displaced, costing economic losses valued at 18 billion pesos. These are no longer imaginary threats, but revealed by climate analytics in our country's National Adaptation Plan. A 2024 Social Weather Station survey shows that 87% of Filipinos already feel the impact of climate change, with many viewing it as a serious health threat. Needless to say, if ordinary Filipinos can feel its impact, then it is incumbent upon this institution to exercise its power and do everything it can to help address it. And on this note, it's 2024. I remember I used to stand here in 1998 and in 2007 when very few of my colleagues then would really appreciate, understand, or even listen to me. But I'm grateful now that there's an overwhelming, if not unanimous, support for any action against the adverse impacts of the climate. Thus, hosting the United Nations Loss and Damage Fund Board is both timely and strategic for the Philippines. This enables the Philippines to advance national climate plans and also influence global policy, to improve access to finance, and to foster international collaboration on technology, capacity building, and sustainable finance. Granting legal personality and the capacity to the Loss and Damage Fund Board is a key part of our hosting commitments, and we must act swiftly and decisively to honor our commitments and demonstrate our dedication as a nation. I am told by our distinguished chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, Senator Marcos, that there is an October first week deadline, so we indeed must act fast. As good stewards, it is our duty to swiftly support the board's administrative and operational needs, fostering collaboration that strengthens our climate resilience and advances global climate justice. In this light, we commend the DNR, I think USECTA is present here today, the Department of Foreign Affairs, they're also here, Department of Finance, the Climate Change Commission, Vice Chair Borge and Vice Chair Commissioner Rachel Herrera, and other executive agencies under the leadership of President Marcos. Their dedication in securing the hosting bid has brought us to a pivotal moment in our nation's history. Let us all work together to deliver a legacy of hope and resilience for future generations. Maraming salamat po. Isang lunti ang Pilipinas sa ating lahat.
Thank you, Senator Legarda, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is our hardworking former Majority Leader, Senator Joel Villanueva. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Joel Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you very much to our distinguished Majority Leader and Senate President Pro Tem. I'd like to associate myself, distinguished colleagues, with the speech of the sponsor, Senator Amy Marcos, and request that this representation be made co-author and co-sponsor of Senate Bill number 2780. Human security and climate security go hand in hand. The goal of every legislation that we pass is to ensure a better life for current and future generations. And this should mean leaving a better, more livable world for them. The scripture tells us that we are stewards, Mr. President, of God's creation. Unfortunately, as the data would show, humans fall short in fulfilling this duty. In fact, Mr. President, out of all the extreme weather events studied in the last 20 years, 68% were caused or made more severe by human beings. To put things into perspective and remind everyone of the urgency of addressing climate change, there is more carbon dioxide in our atmosphere now than at any time in the history of mankind. Mr. President, according to experts, the last time that the atmosphere contained this much carbon dioxide was more than 3 million years ago. This was when trees still grew at the South Pole. Thus, we need to double our efforts and act with dispatch in responding to the challenges of climate change. Mr. President, the World Bank's Country Climate and Development Report on the Philippines shows that climate change poses major risks to our development. Our annual losses from typhoons alone represent 1.2% of our gross domestic product. From 2012 to 2023, typhoon-related losses and damage reached 742 billion pesos, or approximately 67 billion pesos every year. Mr. President, if nothing is done to address climate change, we will continue to suffer substantial economic and human costs, reducing GDP by as much as 13.6% by 2040. Loss and damage refers to the negative effects of climate change that occur despite mitigation and adaptation efforts. During the 2023 annual meeting at the World Economic Forum at Davos, it was highlighted, Mr. President, that 3.6 billion people worldwide are dangerously exposed and vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Countries do not have equal footing in terms of the impacts that will be felt, but no country and no economy is immune from the climate crisis. The irreversible and unavoidable nature of the effects of climate change led the Philippines and other vulnerable developing countries to establish the Loss and Damage Fund, Mr. President, in November 2022. This is a new, additional, predictable, and adequate source of financing to assist developing countries that are vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. Mr. President, in the light of our inherent vulnerability to climate change, it is an honor for the Philippines to host the Loss and Damage Fund Board, the governing and decision-making body of the fund. This will serve as a testament to our commitment to climate responsibility and justice. As stated by our President himself in the 2024 SONA, and I quote, "This shall complement all our climate adaptation and mitigation measures and give us a strong voice to access the needed financial assistance for climate-related initiatives and impacts." We thank our dear colleague, Senator Amy Marcos, for all her efforts on this important measure. Thank you, Mr. President, and may God bless us all.
Thank you, Senator Joel Villanueva. Senator, our Majority Leader, sir.
Mr. President, this representation respectfully seeks leave to submit a co-sponsorship speech. Ako po ay co-author din dito for inclusion in the official record. In the light of the pressing challenges posed by climate change, it is of paramount importance that our legislative efforts reflect a unified commitment to addressing this global challenge or crisis. The inclusion of this co-sponsorship speech serves not only to strengthen our collective resolve, but also to ensure that our actions today are recorded as part of our enduring commitment to environmental stewardship. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President, Majority Leader, sa lahat na nakipag-sponsor. It's an honor and privilege to have all the distinguished senators who have inched their support, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Legarda, Senator Villanueva, and our Majority Leader, Tolentino. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Marcos. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, the co-sponsorship speeches of Senators Estrada, Binay, Revilla, and Tulfo, they would rather have it inserted in the records, Mr. President.
Noted.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2780.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee Report number 282 on Senate Bill number 2779. This is the bill on the amendments to the Agricultural Tarification Act. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2779 under Committee Report number 282.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Consideration of Senate Bill number 2779 is now in order. The Secretary will read only the title of the bill without prejudice, inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
An act amending Republic Act Number 8178 or the Agricultural Tarification Act as amended by Republic Act Number 11203.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move to recognize Senator Cynthia Villar, Chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, to deliver her sponsorship speech.
Senator Cynthia Villar is recognized.
Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, today I'm happy to stand before you to sponsor the extension and amendment of the Rice Tarification Law or Republic Act Number 11203 that created the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund from tariff collected on imported rice. It is contained in Committee Report Number 282 entitled An Act Amending Republic Act Number 8178 or the Agricultural Tarification Act of 1996 as amended by Republic Act Number 11203. Enacted in 2019, the Rice Tarification Law lifted the quantitative restrictions on rice and introduced tariffs to protect local rice producer. The Rice Tarification Law ensured that farmers directly benefit from the liberalization of rice trading by providing 10 billion a year to the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund up to 2024. The Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund provided 5 billion for free distribution of farm machinery and equipment, 3 billion for free distribution of high-quality inbred certified seeds, and 1 billion for credit and another 1 billion for training of rice farmers. The collection in excess of 10 billion funds go to the rice farmer financial assistance under RA 11598. This law took effect on March 5, 2019 and will also expire in 2024. It is to compensate the projected reduction or loss of farm income arising from the tarification of quantitative imports restriction on rice. The excess tariff collection from rice importation in 2022 amounted to 12 billion. The RFA beneficiaries are farmers tilling 2 hectares and below and are registered in the registry system for basic sectors in agriculture, which as of June 24 contained 2.5 million or 91% of all rice farmers that are targeted to support our local farmers and cushion the effects of the RTL. There were many hearings about this bill, namely on May 14, 2024, June 13, 2024, June 28, 2024, June 29, 2024, July 4, 2024, and August 1, 2024. And the consultation and discussion with stakeholders and fellow lawmakers are submitted, and the sentiment of the stakeholders with 181 farmers organizations. In the Senate, there are 5 bills filed on the same topic and 4 resolutions. Senate Bill 642 by Senator Marcos, Senate Bill 1203 by Senator Padilla, Senate Bill 2672 by Senator Padilla and Senate Bill 2708 by Senator Marcos. Senate Resolution 503 by Senator Lauren Legarda, Senate Resolution 956 by Senator Risa Hontiveros, Senate Resolution 1024 by Senator Padilla, and Senate Resolution 1028 by Senator Padilla. Salient features of the new bill: number 1, extension for another 6 years or until 2031. Number 2, total amount covered 30 billion sourced from tariff on imported rice. Any deficiencies shall be supplemented by the GAA. Number 3, strengthening the DA Bureau of Plant Industry regulatory functions, including registration and data basing of all grains warehouses. Number 4, empowering the DA Secretary to respond to a declaration of rice food shortage and extraordinary increase in rice prices, where DA can sell through government agencies such as hospital, jails, and kadiwa outlets, and replenish through procurement of locally produced rice from farmers and farmers co-op. Number 5, DA to import when no available locally produced rice, and it shall designate an importing authority except the NFA. The proceeds of sale shall revert to the buffer fund. Disposal of aging stocks with NFA shall be 4 weeks before expiration. The President can prohibit further importation or specify the volume to be imported during the excessive supply of both imported and locally produced rice in the market for a specific period and volume. Creation of the Program Management Office that will monitor both the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund and the National Rice Program. Engage the services of an independent and midterm and end-term evaluation of the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund to assess the performance, the result of which to be submitted and discussed with the Cocoa Farm. The distribution of the farm, 9 billion for rice farm machineries and equipment, 6 billion for high-quality inbred rice seeds, propagation, distribution, and promotion, 8 billion for financial assistance to rice farmers tilling 2 hectares and below, expanded rice credit assistance 2 billion, training and extension 2.2 billion, solar power water irrigation or water impounding irrigation project 1.4 billion, composting facilities for biodegradable waste 1.4 billion, for a total of 30 billion. That will be all, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cynthia Villar, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Next to co-sponsor the measure is Senator Lauren Legarda. I move that she be recognized.
Senator Legarda is recognized.
Mr. President, the strengthening of the rice tarification law is a crucial step in addressing the pressing needs of our rice sector and ensuring the long-term security of our farmers and our nation's food supply. First, redefining the buffer stock requirements to optimize rice reserves during harvest and lean seasons empowers us to maintain a strategic rice inventory that supports disaster relief programs and responds swiftly to any food security emergencies that may arise. Second, the registration and maintenance of a comprehensive national database of all grain warehouses, coupled with a regular inspection of these facilities, will greatly enhance our monitoring capabilities. This will allow us to make informed policy and operational decisions based on accurate real-time data. In addition, the proposed adjustments to the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, RCEF, to an increased annual appropriation of 30 billion pesos until year 2031 are not merely financial. They represent our commitment to equipping our farmers with better access to machinery, high-quality seeds, financial assistance, and the essential training they need to thrive in a rapidly evolving agricultural landscape. We are also establishing a dedicated rice industry development program management office within the Department of Agriculture, which will play a pivotal role in monitoring and ensuring the effective implementation of RCEF-funded rice programs. By doing so, we are reinforcing transparency and accountability, guaranteeing that these programs truly benefit our hardworking farmers and farm workers who are the backbone of our nation's agricultural sector. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, the proposed amendments mentioned, among others, to the rice tarification law are far more than technical adjustments. They are a reaffirmation of our commitment to ensure that every Filipino has access to affordable, quality rice and that our farmers receive the support they need to succeed in an increasingly competitive global market. For these reasons, I wish to co-sponsor this measure and thank our esteemed chair of the Agriculture Committee, and I join her in support for this measure. Senator Cynthia Villar, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Legarda. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2779.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee Report number 264 on House Bill number 7502. Committee Report number 265 on House Bill number 8122. And Committee Report number 266 on House Bill number 8292. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, I move that we consider the aforementioned House Bill. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved. The Secretary will read only the title of the bills without prejudice to inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
House Number 7502, Multi-Species Marine Hatchery in Argao, Cebu. House Number 8122, Multi-Species Marine Hatchery, Santa Catalina, Ilocos Sur. House Number 8292, Multi-Species Marine Hatchery, Tabina, Zamboanga del Sur.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to recognize Senator Cynthia Villar, Chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, to deliver an omnibus sponsorship speech.
Senator Cynthia Villar is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues and fellow advocates in the fisheries sector. Good afternoon. It is with great honor that I stand before you today to sponsor House Bill number 7502 under Committee Report 264, entitled An Act Establishing a Multi-Species Marine Hatchery in the Municipality of Argao, Province of Cebu, and appropriating funds therefore. House Number 2, House Bill number 8122, taking into consideration Senate Bill 2327 under Committee Report number 265, entitled An Act Establishing a Multi-Species Marine Hatchery in the Municipality of Santa Catalina, Province of Ilocos Sur, and appropriating funds therefore. And number 3, House Bill number 8292 under Committee Report number 266, entitled An Act Establishing a Multi-Species Marine Hatchery in the Municipality of Tabina, Province of Zamboanga del Sur, and appropriating funds therefore. In preparing this report, the Committee on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, along with the Committees on Finance, conducted 2 public hearings on May 30, 2024 and June 13, 2024. Mr. President, by championing these measures, our aim is to elevate our nation's aquaculture industry, enhance our fish supply, bolster food security, and ultimately drive rural development. These hatchery projects will play a critical role in addressing the shortage of fish seedlings for the aquaculture sector in the designated area. Today, I have successfully passed 41 hatchery laws covering 57 locations nationwide, all with the intent of benefiting our fisher folks and the nation as a whole. Bangus, pampano, and mangrove crabs are the major marine species targeted for hatchery production. According to the latest report from the Philippine Statistics Authority, aquaculture production reached 2.3 billion metric tons in 2023, an increase of 1.5% from the previous year's output of 235 million metric tons. The aquaculture subsector constituted the largest share of 56% of total fisheries production in 2023. These projects will be spearheaded by the congressman or congresswoman of the respective district, the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, and local governments. Typically, the facilities will span 5,000 square meters or larger, depending on the availability of tenurial instruments. The BIFAR will oversee construction and provide funding through the General Appropriations Act in the years following the approval of these bills into law. Before a House bill for a local hatchery can be passed, certain requirements must be met, and all the bills that we are sponsoring today have complied with the following: pre-feasibility assessment, comprehensive feasibility study report, report on the tenurial status of the proposed hatchery location, including titles and documents demonstrating no issues with the land's tenurial status. At this point, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the senators, national agencies, and various stakeholders who participated in the public hearing. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, by passing this vital measure, we not only provide support in rural areas, we also combat poverty and enhance the Filipino people's access to affordable food. I earnestly urge my distinguished colleagues to join in enacting the legislation for the local hatcheries in the municipality of Argao, Cebu, municipality of Santa Catalina, Ilocos Sur, and municipality of Tabina, Zamboanga del Sur. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Villar. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of the aforementioned bills.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 5 of RA 11899, I move to elect Senator Lauren Legarda as member of the 2nd Congressional Commission on Education, or EDCOM-2. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Reference.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2762 under Committee Report number 260. This is the Create More Bill. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
The parliamentary status of this bill is that we are in the period of interpellation. With the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Win Gatchalian, and to interpellate. Continue in their interpellation, Senator Pia Cayetano.
Pia.
A minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended. Senator Gatchalian and Pia Cayetano are both recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So with the permission of the sponsor, I'll proceed with my interpellation. Mr. President, on deductions for reinvestment allowance, under CREATE law, this was limited to the manufacturing industry. And I understand under CREATE More, we are adding the tourism industry. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President.
Is there a reason why, and I have no problem, I mean, I recognize that tourism is a big industry that we want to promote, but is there a reason why we are only including tourism? So for example, again, both the sponsor and I have spent, well, His Honor more than me, has spent a lot of time studying the energy situation in the country. I am now trying to understand all our problems in a deeper sense. So for example, why not energy? Yesterday, Senator Grace Po sponsored the water resource bill that includes the creation of the Department of Water. So why not water?
Yeah.
So that's just my question.
Right. Well, Mr. President, tourism is a low-hanging fruit for the country, and we haven't gotten back to our pre-pandemic levels. In fact, Mr. President, before the pandemic, we were hitting about 9 million tourists a year, but now we're only hitting barely 3 million tourists a year.
I understand there's a target of 7 now, but yeah, we're not there yet.
Yeah, but we're not there yet because it's a very competitive environment also. A lot of the ASEAN countries are doing a lot of promotional as well as reforms in their tourism attraction mechanisms. Like for example, in Thailand, they now give visa-free to Chinese tourists as long as they stay there for 60 days. Vietnam is also the same. So in other words, countries are very aggressive in luring tourists to their own jurisdictions. And tourism is one of the low-hanging fruits of our country. So in our discussion, we included tourism so that we can go back to our pre-pandemic levels and make tourism as one of our economic drivers, Mr. President. So that's the reason why we included tourism. Yeah.
Well, anyway, since you mentioned tourism, I also am very passionate about tourism. I love exploring our own tourist sites. And then in Southeast Asia, I probably have not been to as many as other people, but I recently brought the Philippine paddle team to compete in Bali. And I was amazed because, and I share this with a few colleagues of ours, the tourism in Bali is amazing. I would say, when I look around, I would say 7 out of 10 people were foreigners. And then the Bali itself didn't, at least the area I was in, Canggu, didn't even seem to be prepared for, it's not like, for example, when I look at,
And then other countries.
well, Clark, which is developed by the Americans, but even New Clark City, or even the way that Fort Bonifacio, as most people know it, was developed by a conglomerate of multinational companies to be what it is today. Ito, pag nakita mo, parang tabing kalye lang. It's a kind of side street that we will all find in our cities. Not necessarily yung bagong, not even newly paved roads. Wala man lang sidewalk. Kung ano yung parang neighborhood kalye lang, pero the amenities that are available from parang Michelin star type, ha? I'm not saying Michelin star yon, but Michelin star type of restaurants to karinderya, lahat masarap and lahat mura. And then, when we looked at, kasi nga, dinala ko dun yung Philippine team, so we were looking at accommodations. Wow, the accommodations compared to the accommodations in our tourist destinations, sobrang mura. Napasyal niyo na ba ho si Bianca doon sa Bali?
Hindi pa siya.
O, ipasyal mo na. Pasyal mo na. Kasi sobrang, I mean, the price-wise, nagtatanungan kami na how do we promote our country kung yung accommodation, yung tinirahan ko kasi kasama ko nga yung Philippine team tsaka family ko, parang yung isang 3-bedroom, wala pang $300. Yung ibang accommodation sa ano natin, sa mga destination natin, isang kwarto pa lang yun. So, I don't even know how we can begin to compete, Mr. President. So, on tourism alone, I'd like us to see if there's more that we can do under this bill, no? But anyway, the reason I mentioned this, so wala na tayong issue on tourism, I think we should do more. But I also still, and I think if there's any person who will agree with me on the need to support energy investment, it's the sponsor. So like, I still don't understand why we wouldn't include energy,
But
or for that matter, water.
Yeah. Mr. President, I'll flash a slide, and this is on the tourist arrivals for different countries. And you're absolutely correct, Mr. President, that if we compare ourselves to our neighbors, we're actually the lowest in terms of tourist arrivals. Vietnam now has surpassed the Philippines. They get 15 million tourists. Indonesia, about 15 million tourists. This is pre-pandemic levels. Malaysia, which is a smaller country compared to ours, about 25 million tourists. So, my view, this is a low-hanging fruit for us. If our neighbors can sell their country twice, 3 times, or even 4 times as much compared to us, I think this is something that we can also boost. Because the multiplier effect of tourism is quite significant. And this can cascade all the way to the countryside. For example, if we promote tourist areas in off the beaten track, no? Areas in Palawan, areas in Surigao or Siargao, areas in Bohol, you can actually cascade development on a micro level, no, to those areas. So meaning businesses that will put up, hotels that will be put up in that areas will hire waiters, will hire cooks, will hire janitors. It will create economic activity in that area. So the effect to the countryside development is also very great. And this is one of the reasons why we included tourism, because of its multiplier and cascading effect to our economy, Mr. President.
And I totally agree. I I do want to check something on tourism before I move to the next point. I'm just asking my staff to pull out a...
Like, for example, Mr. President, the multiplier effect to our economy, meaning for 1 peso investment to different industries, it will yield to the effect to our economy. And tourism is one of the highest, or the highest actually. For example, tourism has a 1.97 times multiplier effect. Mining has 1.67 times. Utilities, which is power, is about 1.7 times. So, retail about 1.5 times. So in other words, for every investment in tourism, for every peso investment in tourism, it will yield to 1.97 economic output to our economy. So it's a big multiplier effect to our economy, Mr. President. So that's the reason why we included that as part of the incentives that we'll be giving.
Okay. On that note, Mr. President, we have here the definitions of Tier 1. Well, the whole thing is Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Let's just stay in Tier 1. So, There is no specific mention, as far as I recall, I'm happy to be corrected though, of tourism. But if I look at the descriptions of Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3, it would appear that tourism would fall under Tier 1 because, number one, it has a high potential for job creation, take place in sector with market failures, etc., generate value creation, etc. Anyway, does His Honor agree with me that tourism would fall under Tier 1? Because we have examples in the second paragraph, but for some reason we did not identify tourism as part of it. But this is a non-exclusive list, no?
Yes, correct, Mr.
But so
President.
by
Yes, correct, Mr.
description,
President.
maybe we can flash very quickly Tier 2 and Tier 3 because I know our colleagues, especially the minority floor leader, is listening intently so that we can decide, no, among ourselves, ano ba talaga yung pasok sa Tier 2 and 3. So let's look at Tier 2. Bakit Tier 3? Ayan, Tier 2. Activities that produce, ano lang. Tier 2 shall include activities that produce supplies, parts, and components. O, hindi naman yan tourism, di ba? And then number 3, Tier 3, activities shall include research and development, breakthroughs in science and health, generation of knowledge. So clearly, Tier 1, I'm asking the sponsor if he agrees with me, tourism would fall under Tier 1, right?
But yes, Mr. President, it can fall under Tier 1. For example, it can be part of the high potential
Wait,
for job
for
creation.
information, apparently this second paragraph, na-veto pala yan. So there is no enumeration. So let's just forget
Yes,
that.
Mr.
Na-veto
President.
pala yan.
Yeah, it was vetoed.
So the question on the floor is, does His Honor agree that tourism would fall under Tier 1?
Yes. This is in Tier 1?
Sir, lahat po nang nandito is considered Tier 1.
Yeah. Actually, Mr. President, I'm looking at the industry-specific list of the Strategic Investment Priorities Plan, and tourism is included. Mr. President, well, can we flash this? Itong...
Can you show me?
So I was advised by the ED of the FIRB, Mr. President, that tourism is covered under Tier 1.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh, it's
yeah.
Tier 1.
Yeah.
And for the information of all, Tier 1 has the lowest benefits.
Yes, Mr.
Oh,
President,
so doon
correct.
pa lang pwede na tayong gumawa ng improvement, di ba? Kung ganun ba kahalaga sa atin ng tourism, di possible ba yun na wag lang Tier 1 ang tourism? Anyway, just throwing it to the body.
Yeah.
The sponsor can relay this.
Yes, Mr.
Kasi
President.
you identified it as the single low-hanging fruit.
Yes, Mr. President.
Tapos nandun siya sa lowest tier. So, and you identified it as having the most, yung 1.9.
Multiplier effect.
The biggest multiplier effect. Oy, bakit siya nasa Tier 1? Now, that's not in the law. So, SIP can easily address this. Paano kung yung balik tayo dun sa isa kong problem, kung yung taga North, progressive sila sa kanilang view on tourism, i-consider nilang priority nila yan, and then somebody else doesn't in another region. Parang nagugulan talaga ako dun sa local SIP na yan eh. But anyway, I already made my point on that.
Yeah. Well, Mr. President, in Tier 1, there are also other industries.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, why is tourism, as the sponsor has clearly said, it is the low-hanging fruit, it's higher multiplier. Why is it just Tier 1? I mean, by description kasi, it doesn't fit into Tier 2 and Tier 3. It doesn't.
Yes, correct,
But
Mr.
that is how we made the law.
Yes, Mr.
So
President.
is there a reason to amend it, to include it? Because if His Honor believes easily in the next 10, 20, 30 years, well, all of our neighbors clearly have outpaced us
Yes.
by a major multiplier effect. Then
That's why, Mr. President, the countries are very aggressive with tourism because, like we said earlier, the multiplier effect to their economy is quite big, and the opportunity to develop the countryside is also quite substantial, because when you build hotels, you build it in different parts of the country. And that capital that goes into the different parts of the country enables that area to further develop, Mr. President.
Yes, I know that, but I will illustrate my point in the next slide. This is the same law. We're looking at CREATE. I will now show the table that we have in CREATE. Yan, okay? So, dun tayo sa second table, yung for domestic market activities. Yan. So, it shows there now that if you have a Tier 1 activity, that's the second column. The first column defines the location. If it's based in NCR, the benefits are 4 years income tax holiday plus 5. Pag metropolitan area outside of NCR but contiguous to NCR, it's 5 plus 5. All other areas, 6 plus 5. So, pag nagpatayo ka ng hotel in all other areas, yan yung pinakamalaki na matatanggap mo. 11 years of benefit, di ba?
Correct.
And yet, sa Tier 3, which does not include tourism, you can get 12 years. Mas malaki under CREATE. So, my point is, by tourism being in Tier 1, kahit saan mo siyang location itayo, it will never get the maximum benefit that other activities that fall under Tier 2 and Tier 3 will. So Tier 3, to remind everyone, ito yung mga with science and technology, new knowledge, innovation. Of course, gusto ko rin yan na Tier 3 will get that kasi yan yung highest return eh. Pero it doesn't address His Honor's concern now na low-hanging fruit nga si tourism, i-promote natin sa tourism. No, it will get the lowest.
Yes, I get the point of the gentlelady from Taguig, because tourism by law fell under Tier 1.
Yeah.
And because of that, it
it's excluded
gets
from
the
lowest.
higher.
Yeah.
The lowest in terms
there's a disjunct between the information we have and how we are now cascading that to benefit these industries. No, we are not providing the highest incentives to this industry that His Honor right now has identified as the one with the highest multiplier.
Yes. As an additional incentive to tourism, we gave it an additional deduction, Mr. President. So that's the additional incentive that we gave. But I get the point of the...
And that's why napunta tayo sa example na to.
Correct,
because nga,
Correct.
precisely tourism was singled out when simply could have included it as Tier 3.
Yes, I get the point of the good gentle lady from Taguig, Your Honor.
So I think I can leave that point now, Mr.
Yes,
President.
and that's a very good point.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. President, my next point is on a new concept introduced in Create More. This is letter D of Section 11. It is the concept of high-value domestic market enterprises. I'll read it. Refers to high-value domestic market enterprises referred to registered domestic market enterprises with an investment capital exceeding 20 billion pesos or with export sales in the immediate preceding year of at least $100 million or its equivalent in an acceptable foreign currency. So, ano ho ito ngayon? What do we want to do with this new type of enterprise? Who is it we're trying to attract? What benefits are we giving to them? Yeah.
Okay. Well, Mr. President, we're carving out an incentive package for domestic enterprises that are 20 billion and above and has an export sales of 100 million immediately preceding year.
Or
Mr. President.
or yun.
Yes, or siya. And with this category, it will get incentives such as non-income tax incentives such as zero rated when it buys products here in the Philippines, and also VAT exempt when it imports raw materials for its products, Mr. President. So the objective here is to attract high value investments or investments that will create high value for our economy. So, and the threshold there is 20 billion, Mr. President.
Mr. President, can His Honor help us understand what is the profile of these type of companies? Like, I wouldn't know. Are these car manufacturers? Are these like a FedEx? What kind of, is this like a pharmaceutical company? Like what company would fit that profile of a 20 billion investment or $100 million in sales? Like I'm sure DOF has target companies in mind when they came
What's
up
being
with this.
envisioned, Mr. President, are major manufacturers. For example, IT companies or companies that can improve our supply chain for specific industries. For example, I'll give a very specific example, the shipping industry. So
Shipping industry is one.
Yeah, shipping industry is an example. And we're not only attracting shipbuilders, but also the entire supply chain of shipbuilders to come here to the Philippines. No? So,
What happened to Hanjin? Ba't sila umalis, Mr. President?
Hanjin has a lot of problems. I think one of their biggest problem is debt. I think they borrowed too much.
Akala ko death kasi marami din namatay. Marami din kasing namatay talaga.
That utang, Mr. President.
Okay.
Utang. And then the market had an oversupply of shipbuilders at that time. So it's a very cyclical business as well, depending on, of course, trade. And so
yun
one of
din
the
pala, no? Kailangan pala din tingnan natin kung cyclical yung business, ano? Kasi, di ba, that contributes to the instability of our employment, right?
Yes,
Can you
Mr.
imagine if we
President.
become home to 10 industries, but they're all cyclical?
Yes.
I don't know if this is something. My mom comes from Detroit, Michigan, and
Yes.
wow, the poverty these people experience because of the car industry's
Mr.
ups and downs.
Correct, Mr. President. And talking about the automotive industry, it's experiencing a lot of radical changes because of electric vehicles, Mr. President. And it's the only way you can compete is to adapt to those changes. So a lot of these major U.S. companies are moving into the EV space as well. Some of them are building their own batteries, even building their own electronics. So they have no way because China has gone miles ahead in terms of electric vehicles. But going back to the question, Mr. President, aside from shipbuilding, what we are envisioning here is information and communications, IT companies, of course, manufacturing. Energy is also being envisioned as part of the high-value domestic enterprise.
And His Honor mentioned that what is being offered here above and beyond what's offered to other registered enterprises would be VAT exemption and zero rating.
Yeah.
Sorry, did you catch my question?
Can you repeat that? Sorry, Mr. President.
Do I understand correctly that the only difference with these anong tawag sa kanila? High value domestic
DME.
market enterprises. The only difference in the offering is they are VAT exempt and they have zero rated. They're zero rated.
There's also duty exemption, Mr. President. Kasama ba yung IT? Ito pala. And they're also entitled to ITH and then enhanced deduction or
But
enhanced
that
deduction.
part is the same.
Yes, that part is the same.
That's why because I wanted to understand ano yung pinagkaiba. So
Yeah.
ito yung pinagkaiba, di ba, yung VAT at saka yung zero rated.
Yes,
Kasi yung
and
iba
also the
same.
duty exemption.
Okay, so my question is, and I'm assuming that that's a priority to be able to attract this type of high value.
Yes, Mr. President.
Is that enough? I don't know. It's just a very simple question. Is that enough to attract them? Because my follow-up question is, can we actually look at in the last, I don't know, 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, what companies did we bid for or did we at least dream about and we never got? And what prevented them from coming here?
Well, Mr. President.
Would it be because, kasi di kayo nag-offer ng 0 rating eh?
Well, Mr.
Or
President,
whatever it is.
personally, one
Yeah.
of the industries that I regret that we did not move fast enough to attract is Samsung, or
Okay.
the manufacturing of cell phones. As the world is trying to de-risk from China, a lot of these big manufacturing companies, the likes of Samsung, the likes of Foxconn, the likes of all of these contract manufacturers moved out to China because they want to de-risk.
Yes.
But they want to stay within the region, so the market
Yes.
is still accessible, and they also want to sell to our own local market. But in that particular example, Vietnam was very aggressive. They offered land, they offered cash subsidies, they also offered, of course, the same income tax holidays as well as other incentive mechanisms, Mr. President. So when Samsung was deciding, they decided to relocate to Vietnam because of those incentives and as well as proximity to major markets such as China and Indochina.
Okay, so I'll take off from that example. Thank you for giving that very interesting example. When we were deliberating on CREATE, that was already the discussion na si China, ang daming companies dyan na gustong umalis, mag-relocate. Yun ang discussion eh. Pasan na natin tong CREATE na to para tayo yung makaporma doon. So one of my questions, I don't need an answer right away, is what did we do between then and now? Between the time that we actually passed CREATE and now. Sino yung mga China na yun na sinasabi nating mag-invest tayo dyan? Kasi if you ask me, it could also boil down to initiative, contacts, our trade missions, our, anong tawag doon, road shows. Yeah. So I want to know what was done. Kasi it's one thing to say we didn't get them. What did we do ba to try to get them? Okay. My next question is, yun nga, can we take a look at companies, just like His Honor mentioned, that had moved out of China? Where did they go? And siguro naman, ang dami nating business contacts. The way we accommodate our chambers of trade chambers, foreign trade chambers, we are very big, the Filipinos in general, in talking to them, in working with them, in having dinners with them, having conferences with them. Lahat na yun, ginawa na natin. Can they give us very specific feedback why some of the members, the member companies of their associations of their mother associations, no? Of course, not the, let's say, I'm not talking about the Philippine US, yung US chamber, bakit nagpunta sa iba, hindi nagpunta sa atin? Alam ba natin yun? Can I get that information from His Honor? Because I know His Honor so well, one of the most hardworking senators I've met in my 20 years.
Thank you
Your
for
staff
the
knows
comment.
that. Baka puro eyebag na sila.
Thank you for the comment.
Natawa sila. Uwi na daw tayo.
Kaya, batang-bata pa yan, ma'am.
Tama ka naman doon.
Kaya pa
Tama
yan.
ka naman doon. Ayun, wala tuloy yung train of thought ko ulit. So can we find out from our contacts who are these companies that we missed out on and what were the reasons? Kasi everybody says we're the easiest people to get along with. We're very accommodating. We speak the best English, no question there. Masarap naman yung pagkain natin. I'm not kidding ha. I say that with all seriousness because yung ibang pagkain mahirap mag-adapt ang Westerners doon. Oh. So ba't pa hindi natin nakukuha? Now when you mentioned, Your Honor, when His Honor mentioned they threw at them all these other incentives, cash incentive land. So maybe, and I'm not saying this is my proposal, but maybe that is the law that we should pass for 20 billion and above, or maybe make it 50, I don't know. I don't know what that number is. You give leeway to offer something else. You give leeway na tapatan yung offer na yon. Kasi bakit may hindi natin nakukuha? You know what I mean? So, and then we also know that list, but some countries also have those problems naman.
Yeah.
Diba? So let's really, kasi for us to touch this law, which has been hailed as a good law,
Yeah.
then let's do it right. And let's not have, you and I, let's not have this conversation again in 3 years. Let's not have this conversation in 6 years. Balikan na dapat to in 20 years. So I don't need his honor to give me, because that example of Samsung was perfect.
Yeah.
But I'd like to know more. In my next interpellation, if you give it to me ahead of time, we can talk about, we can go back and forth on a few. Or if your team can actually talk to our friends in the foreign chambers and ask them, what? Kasi sasabihin nila, it's the sunset clause. Yeah, right. Hindi naman yun eh. Maybe it's the land. Okay, then it's the land. You can't own land here. Okay, then yun pala yung reason. I don't know.
Well, Mr. President, if I, with the indulgence of Her Honor, definitely the investment mechanism is only one of the decision-making points of investors. I'm sure you know when you were discussing.
Sorry, but I missed that. Which is what?
One of the decision-making
which
points.
is?
The other investment mechanisms or investment packages. They have a lot of for foreign companies to come here. The top three that when I talk to them, the top three items that they look at in order to make an investment decision is, number one, of course, is ease of doing business.
Yeah.
You know, how to get your permits, how to navigate through government procedures. Number two is taxation. What types of incentives you can get, how to pay those taxes, how to get refunds if ever we need to get refunds. And then number three are mostly logistics-based of issues, no? Including power. So transportation, ports, even, of course, power is a very important aspect. So those, based on my conversation with them, these are the top three items that come out in terms of if they will make an investment decision in a particular destination. So, so we are now improving our investment mechanisms. We are making it more generous. Of course, CREATE was a good building block. And it's a starting point to attract investors. But we built on CREATE some more so that we can go back to our pre-pandemic levels as quick as possible. Of course, the other things that we're trying to fix, like electricity costs, logistics issues, those are the things that we need to fix along the way. But the way we do it here in the Philippines is we compensate it through other policy mechanisms. So, for example, we cannot lower down electricity costs, so we'll give them additional deduction. We might not have the best logistics setup. We'll just increase your, we'll give you an additional incentive by making it longer. You know? So it's an offset of our weaknesses by giving them additional incentives. You know? So that's how we do it here in the Philippines, Mr. President.
Well, my concern is really the bigger factors may not be related to CREATE.
Yes,
So
definitely, Mr. President.
Well, then when you say definitely, then medyo sayang yung use of time nating dalawa dito at yung 6 pa na tao na nandito at yung lahat ng staff ng ibang senator na nagmo-monitor kasi mag-i-interpellate din yung mga principal nila. Because if it's really not the you know, so when you said the ports, no?
Yeah.
I don't know, kulang ba investment natin dyan? I only followed that issue, especially during the pandemic. Remember when ports were closed and then, or no, sorry, pre-pandemic, when we had an issue with Manila ports, right? And then Batangas was the closest second,
Yes,
but
Mr. President.
it's so small pala compared to the ports in
Correct.
in Manila. So like all of that infrastructure, the like the ports itself. Sige, anong tier si port? The creation of new ports. Anong tier yan?
Logistics,
Is that just tier 1?
Yep.
I doubt if it's tier 3 because there's no
probably tier
science
one,
and
Mr.
technology.
President.
But
Yeah.
isn't it so fundamental to everything you're talking about now?
But Mr. President, definitely incentive package is only one of the many decision-making points. But it's also an important facet in making an investment decision. Kaya hindi naman sayang yung discussion natin, Mr. President.
Hindi naman. I'm
Nakakatulong rin siya, Mr.
Yeah.
President.
I'm exaggerating when I say
Yeah.
sayang, but
Yeah.
I mean, if we should be spending more time determining how much funding should go into the creation to support the creation of more ports.
Yeah.
Than you and I debating the details of create. Then in that sense, it's better use of our time.
But Mr. President, there are some things that we have to admit that takes time to improve. For example, peace and order situation. Of course, all investors will look at the peace and order situation,
Yes.
especially expats who wants to move into the country. But we want to fund our policemen. We want to push them to patrol our streets. But we all know that it will also take time to improve that. No? So while we are waiting things to improve, we are now improving our investment mechanisms.
Okay.
And this is a way to attract them immediately. At least we can offset those shortcomings that we have with improve and enhance investment mechanisms. So that's the way we are strategizing to improve, to attract investors to come in. Because I'm putting myself in the shoes of DOF and FIRB when they go road shows. And of course, all of these things will come up, no? Ports, peace and order, maybe traffic. But those are the things that will take time to solve. But you want to have you have to have mechanisms so that you can immediately attract them to our country. And this is by far the fastest way, for us to attract them to come to our country.
Noted. But I do believe that there's more work to do outside of the Create Bill.
Yes,
More.
definitely. I
don't mean it like meron pang gagawin. I mean it in the sense that more time and energy should be spent on that work. But that's not for you and me to do. So
Correct,
we do
Mr.
what we
President.
can. Anyway, I'll move on to the next point. Ito minor point to, pero this was highly discussed the last few years. Work arrangement. Everybody will remember,
yes,
even
Mr.
us, our staff,
Work from home.
work from home tayo, di ba? And in the previous administration, they were quite firm about the need for IPAs, the locators in IPAs to avail. Kailangan they are working on site, and then at some point, I think they gave some flexibility. I don't know how many % were allowed. In any case, now, what Create More contains is alternative work arrangements may be alternative work arrangement shall not cover more than 50% of the total workforce. I'm just curious because work from home arrangement is very pro-family and very pro-women in the sense that it has given more women and more families the opportunity to accept jobs, to work, and still be able to take care of their families. So what is the reason why they have to be based in the location, in the specific location of the IPA versus general rules of the company if it's the type of job that requires their presence? Why do registered firms have to comply with a certain percentage? What is the logic?
Well, Mr. President, before I answer that, we included all types of businesses in the 50% work from
So
home.
this is not just for the IPA?
Yes, not
Okay.
only for
IPA.
IT-BPM,
Okay.
for BPOs. But for example, if we have a manufacturing company,
Yeah, but sorry, not just BPOs, but business
Includes all type of
enterprises
businesses.
that are registered in an IPA.
Yes, Mr.
Okay,
President.
so to be clear, para naiintindihan tayo ng mga nanonood, the average company, sorry dear colleagues, kasi lang nadidistract lang ako. Mahina lang yung utak ko pag dalawa yung naririnig ko, nalilito lang. It's okay. It's okay, no problem. No problem. Hindi, okay nga sa akong Bisaya pero anyway. as I was saying,
Or
so general rule is every company can decide. General rule, I'm not talking about incentivize. General rule is any company can decide. For that matter, dear sponsor, you may allow 50% of your staff to work from home.
Yes.
I may allow 100% to work from home. Doesn't matter, right? Doesn't matter. It's allowed. It's our law. Were you the sponsor? Okay, Senator Joel was our sponsor for that.
Yep.
I think it's a great law. But now we're seeing that, and this is where you can clarify what is being proposed under Create More. My understanding is the IPAs are the ones who are required, the IPA, the business enterprises registered with a particular IPA are the ones that have a special requirement. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, Mr. President, so it's not going to be business specific, no? For example, it's not this arrangement is not exclusive for
certain sectors. Yeah, you said it is not. It is not. Yes.
So, for example, you're a manufacturing company, and you want your accounting
to be present every
accounting
day.
department to work,
Or
from,
work
home.
from home.
You can do that already.
Yes,
so
yes.
it's not exclusive to IT BPO.
Correct,
Mr. President.
but this provision that I read, 50% no rule, applies to all registered enterprises in an IPA.
Yes, Mr. President.
O kaya nga. So balik ako, general rule, any company, di ka naman IPA registered, bahala boss mo sa rules nyo. But once you are an IPA, a business enterprise registered with a particular IPA, it doesn't matter which IPA. It could be an IPA in the south, in the north. Bound ka ngayon itong 50% rule.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, why?
Well, Mr.
Why is
President,
there a
because we're
50%
giving
rule?
incentives to them. So we're giving income tax holidays. We're also giving SIT or enhanced deduction, and also the other incentives such as VAT zero rating and others. And the reason why we pegged it at 50%, Mr. President, is we also want to encourage brick and mortar construction, hard investments to come in as well. So, for example,
Who benefits from the brick and mortar construction? Sorry to interrupt, but
Yeah,
can you
yeah.
include that in your explanation?
Correct, because construction-
it is a burden, speaking as a mother, it is a burden that it is a blessing that I have a job, but it is a burden, it takes away 2 to 3 hours of my day to commute to work. So if I can do my work at home, why not?
Right.
So that's why. So who benefits
Yeah.
from the brick and mortar rule?
Well, Mr. President, construction is also a big multiplier, has a big multiplier effect to our economy.
Agree.
So we want to encourage also investors to build facilities, build businesses around those facilities. Because if we were actually debating on the ratio, and if we just encourage 100% work from home, then there will be no hard investment in terms of putting up buildings. Our construction activity will not be spurred, and it will not create a multiplier effect to our economy, but yet they get incentives as well. So just to balance, no, we're actually just balancing the work from home arrangement as well as in concrete hard investments to come into the economy. We pegged it at 50%, Mr. President. Because in this particular case, there are also these companies are also going to get incentives for putting up facilities and also operating their businesses here.
Yeah. I understand, Mr. President. I do believe, and I will put forward this idea, that is a somewhat limited way of looking at the future of work. Let me explain. I'll give 2 examples of two industries. Manufacturing industry that literally is maybe putting together components, using, sabi nga nila, magaling dyan ang babae, dexterity. And let's say it's highly specialized items that cannot be taken home. Hindi naman to parang garment industry, kasi may garment industry na pwede mong isabkon sa bahay. Ito, hindi mo pwedeng ilabas.
Correct.
Mga, let's say, whatever, watch pieces or something. So that one, it's very likely that 90 to 100% of the employees would have to be there. Diba? So useless sa kanila yung incentive na yun because by the nature of the work, they have to be
Yes,
there.
yes.
Maybe the accounting firm 2 times a week, that accounting employees can stay at home, maybe the HR employees can stay at home, but I would say 90% of the staff have to be present. And then one of the tier 3 we have is research and development. And we have these highly specialized researchers who can do their work, hindi naman lab na may sasabog, pero literally doing written research work which they can easily do at home. Or very highly specialized medical transcription, which they can do at home. The file is downloaded to them. They don't even have to print it dyan, no? Yung patient, di ba, that's a big business eh. Yung sa, we receive the patient files of hospitals in other countries, doctors. You need our nurses, a lot of our nurses are employed that way. They can do that at home. I don't understand why you have to impose and I understand that His Honor, again, it's His Honor, I trust the work that he has put into it, but I don't understand why you have to impose a 50% on that type of industry while the other one, kahit bigyan mo pa sila ng 75% mag-work from home, di naman sila mag-work from home because it doesn't apply. So the future of work is very different from how we conceptualized this before. We conceptualize IPAs that have a specific location. Kaya tayo nagkakagulo ngayon kasi that incentive is location-based.
Yes.
But the reality is, hindi na tayo ganon. So I really challenge this body, us, the 24 of us, to think beyond that. It's a little bit disruptive because nga that model was built on a physical location, but that is the reality.
Yes,
you know, we need to be able to think. And I don't know if we want to invite Senator Joel to this discussion because
the author of
he's not even offering, but I know he has a lot to
Telecommunicating
add.
Act.
No, Mr. President, if I may, with the indulgence of my two colleagues, I share the same sentiments, Your Honor, the sentiments raised by our honorable colleague, Senator Pia Cayetano. I've been to so many places, Mr. President, like in Singapore, for instance, Robot Ella is doing her barista work, preparing 200 cups of coffee in an hour. In Saudi Arabia, they already give the citizenship to Robot Sophia, the first Saudi Arabian robot citizen, Mr. President. I was in Las Vegas a couple of months ago, and I was surprised of how AI works with their taxi system, wherein you book a cab in a particular area, and a driverless car will come in. And I video it, Mr. President. I was so surprised how this particular cab would bring the passenger to a specific place. What am I saying here? I agree, Mr. President, that the world of work has changed dramatically, radically, and with the evolution of artificial intelligence, this is a reality. And so it is also my question, Mr. President, why we would have to impose a cap of 50% in the implementation of the work from home law that this August chamber passed. If you recall, Mr. President, when we passed this measure, the employer cannot unilaterally enforce work from home law. The employees themselves have to agree with the employer's decision. That's number one. Number two, Mr. President, the Department of Labor and Employment, I'm not sure if we have a resource person right now with us, would have to come up with a study on which particular industries we are looking at. Because there are some emerging industries na makikinabang po yung work from home law. And why not? Why not give it to them? And again, sino bang makikinabang, Mr. President? Ang makikinabang, kapwa nating kababayan na instead nagigising ng alas 5 ng umaga, instead na hindi makikita sa buong bahay, alas 3 ng umaga, sorry, narinig ko yung mga kababayan ko sa Bulacan na hanggang ngayon nasa lubog sa baha, alas 3 ng umaga gigising para pumunta ho dito. In fact, Mr. President, noong inimpose itong kailangan mag-report sila physically, a lot of my kababayans resigned from work, Mr. President. And we have at least 20, 30 names to to share with you, Mr. President. And I remember, Mr. President, the gentleman from Valenzuela was also present during the time when no less than the President himself talked about this. This representation actually raised this. I think Senator Cayetano was also there. And we told the President of this parameters and challenges that we are facing today in the world of work and how it is actually affecting the lives of our workforce. And so the President even mentioned that he will make sure that this will be studied carefully before we are going to come up with some drastic decision like this. So I am also sharing the sentiment of our dear colleague, Senator Cayetano, but I also trust the wisdom and the report of our chairperson, but I also wanted to be enlightened, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Villanueva.
Well, Mr. President, it was a very difficult decision, admittedly, because we want to balance also the multiplier effect of construction. We also want to attract investment that will put up buildings, put up facilities, put up hard investments, and I share the sentiment of our friend Senator Joel Villanueva on the future of work. And in fact, I filed a bill to allow work from home by the investment promotion agencies. And it's a balancing act that we had to make because when we were looking, let's say, at the multiplier effect of construction, it's about 2.2%, meaning for every 1 peso investment, it will yield to 2.21 times to our economic output. So we're balancing the effects to our economy by still allowing construction to happen, because as we all know, especially with BPOs is one of the major office construction activities that is happening in our country. And we want to continue that construction to happen because with that construction, you hire construction workers, you hire heavy equipment workers, supply of cement is there, supply of other manufacturing companies is there, and we don't want we want to continue that activity, Mr. President. So it's a balancing decision that we had to make, allowing work from home, and also allowing construction to continue, Mr. President.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. And if I may, I have no problems, Mr. President, in some areas wherein you would have to require the workers to be physically present. But for example, in the construction industry, if you are into designing, Mr. President, and you're allowed to do it at home, then why not allow them? Again, Mr. President, I'm only worried, concerned about the cap of 50%, Mr. President. This representation also filed Senate Bill number 135 to allow 100% work from home in eco-zones as far as practicable and as long as it is in line, again, Mr. President, with the work from home law. As mentioned earlier, na hindi po unilateral ito, na magdesisyon ng employer, okay na po. This is a voluntary. A program should be voluntary, Mr. President. The terms and conditions shall not be less than the minimum labor standard set by law and shall include compensable work hours, minimum number of work hours, overtime, rest days, etc. Mr. President, I just wanted to point out again, and I remembered the joke when we were deliberating on this particular measure. There are some areas, there are some industries na talagang there's no way na hindi ka po pwedeng hindi pumasok physically, no? In some areas in the construction industry, hindi po pwedeng hindi ka pumasok. Ang biro nga natin dati, yung kung ikaw ay embalsamador, hindi mo po pwedeng gawing work from home yung trabaho mo. No, dadalhin mo yung patay doon sa bahay nyo at doon mo yung imbalsa. Hindi po pwede yun. So meron ho talagang hindi po pwedeng gawin yung work mo doon sa bahay mo. Pero yung mga po pwede po, I think malaki ho yung benepisyo, no? And just to put on record before I end my my piece here. I know it's not my time, and I thank the distinguished lady from Taguig Pateros for giving me the opportunity to share this. According po kasi dun sa 2021 Work Reimagined Employee Survey conducted by Ernst & Young, 9 in 10 employees located in Southeast Asia prefer flexible work than the traditional office setup. 9 out of 10 po. In a survey also conducted by Robert Walters, 8 out of 9 naman professionals in the Philippines are satisfied with remote working arrangements, with 9 out of 10 noting a similar or increased level of productivity while at home. In addition, Mr. President, more than 9 in 10 professionals want more work from home arrangements in the future, with an offer of such arrangement a significant factor in determining employee job satisfaction in job selection. So Mr. President, ang sa atin lang po, hindi ko maintindihan why we need to put a cap, Mr. President, because if we put a cap, parang tinalian na po kaagad natin yung batas na pinaghirapan natin dito na nakatulong sa atin, lalo na nitong pandemya. Yung pong dating narinig kong dating argumento ay hindi na raw po kasi magkaroon ng economic activity kung wala daw po yung tao doon sa lugar. Pero na-debunk na po yun, yung idea na iyon, sapagkat yung mga orders sa online orders sa mga bahay, sa mga nagtatrabaho sa bahay, yung online deliveries, etc., nag-boom ng 900% during the pandemic. So, I don't see any argument right now, Mr. President, that would convince me. But please, let me state into the records that I am more than willing to listen and open to ideas as to why we have to put a cap on the work from home law that we all work hard for in this August chamber. Maraming salamat, and thank you to our dear colleague.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, the distinction is the work from home law applies to all corporations. The distinction comes because these corporations are receiving incentives from government, and that's why we made the distinction, because part of the, like I mentioned, we're balancing the construction activity that we want to also derive from this investment measure, Mr. President. So it's really a decision that we have to make, because I'm trying to imagine if we allow 100%, then you don't spur construction anymore, and then you don't have the multiplier effect of construction, and we totally reduce the capacity of the construction industry, Mr. President. So as a matter of balancing, we made the ratio of 50%. Mr. President. So that is the reason.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to...
But I get the... I thank you for the comments, and also for your... thank you for the comments, and thank you for echoing your rationale on this proposal, Mr. President.
Thank you. I'm not ready to leave the topic, so you can save your thank you for later. I know the thank you means let's move on. And I can see the majority floor leader, but if you want me to end, I can just finish this point. On this point, no, because like I said, I'm not ready to move on. I am looking for my notes on my phone. His Honor mentioned the multiplier effect of the construction industry, no? So we understand, no? We build in our desire to provide a enticing environment for businesses to come in. You know, you build these locations. Like for example, Clark. I love going there. I don't have a business there, but I go there to bike. And then people who work there, it's a complete environment. No, there's things to do for the families. They have residential areas. They have hotels. Okay, so I understand the multiplier effect of the construction industry. However, we have data which unfortunately my phone is not syncing, so I cannot pick it up. But I already know it enough to just explain it. without
Actually, Mr.
benefit
President,
of my... Yeah.
I was going to say the prime example of the multiplier effect of construction industry is BGC, Mr. President, because in the initial phase of BGC, a lot of call centers were located there. And when they were building BGC, of course, the call centers built their facilities, and below the facilities, I noticed there were other businesses that were built to cater
Correct.
to cater the call center agents. But at the same time, they also built condominiums to cater to those call center agents. So a whole community and a whole development emerged from that construction, Mr. President. So that is also the balancing act that I was trying to put in place here, because what we want is to continue that type of model, that type of construction moving forward, Mr. President, that companies, for example, Teleperformance or Accenture will continue to come here. They build facilities. They build also a community that thrives within those facilities, and that's a vision why we put the 50% to continue that type of model, Mr. President.
And we understand, Mr. President, again, I will repeat, I know his sponsor takes a lot of time, in the crafting of these measures. I'm certain, to come up with that number, His Honor really spent time with looking at the data that's available, the vision, as he mentioned. But I'll take off from there. Exactly, it's that. It's the vision. If not for the pandemic, even doctors' consultations online would not have been jump-started. For the longest time, you can ask people who wanted to have expert medical advice available to those who cannot physically be present in the clinics, especially those in remote areas. Never took off. But during the pandemic, and I'm certain up to today, online consultation is now available, accepted and available, and it is a great innovation that has happened. It would not have been made possible, I think, in the speed that it has become the norm, if not for the pandemic. So for the same reason, yung work from home would not have become as acceptable if not also for the pandemic, because we proved that kaya naman pala. There are times that it makes it more difficult. Like we know from experience, medyo mahirap yung consensus building online. Kasi alang text ko si Senator Joel, oy, sumagot ka ngayon kasi pareho tayong ayaw natin yung sinasabi ni Senator Sherwin. Sumagot ka. Ang hirap naman nung gano'n, di ba? At least dito nakikindatan ko siya, tapos magsasalita siya. So, anyway. My point is, Mr. President, that the pandemic gave us these opportunities to see what is possible. And so when we envision the future, we also need to envision the future in ways that we never envisioned it before. So I can totally accept how His Honor is trying to protect, in a good way, the construction industry, because nga, it really does have that multiplier effect. As you are constructing, you are providing jobs for the construction workers themselves, and then nagkakaroon ng sari-sari store at caterer kasi yun yung magpapakain dun sa construction, dun sa karinderya, and so on and so forth. And then once it's built, like His Honor said, to support the people who work there, there's the barber shop, there's the cafes, whatever other support, may mini grocery, lahat na nandyan, okay. But the facts are the following. The fact is, the uptake on accommodations outside of the city centers have also increased because of work from home. That happened all over the world. So this phenomenon actually is consistent with our desire to grow the countryside. And a lot of these people were yung mga mayayaman na may bahay sa Tali Beach, may bahay sa ano pa bang, wala ho akong bahay sa mga lugar na yon, kaya hindi ko alam ano pa ba asay ano nga ba, Anvaya, di ba yung mga destinations, Grabe, hindi ka na makakuha ng hindi ka na, nakabisita ako doon. Yun, nagawa ko yun. Bumisita din ako sa Clark, nagbabike ako doon. Pero the uptake of long-term rentals because people could work from home in the countryside, wow. So sadly, and it is sad, na nagsaraman yung mga tindahan sa Metro Manila, nagbukasan naman doon. So meron naman, kasi yung mga tao naman, nandun pa rin naman, di naman namatay yung mga tao eh. Kakain pa rin naman yan, mag-order pa rin naman yan, as Senator Joel was saying. Lumipat lang, and it supports the growth in the countryside.
Yeah.
So, and it will also support the local construction industry in those areas. So yes, there's a little bit of a loss, right? Kasi nagpatayo ka, tapos hindi naman pala dun nag-opisina. But that's what we have to foresee. Because that may happen even if magpatayo, even if the IPAs, and of course I know they also invested to develop that area, but that's what happens eh.
Correct.
They develop the area and then manliligaw sila ngayon ng investors doon. So you want to support that. I want to support that too. But if the reality is, maraming makaka-work from home. In the provinces, okay lang kasi if that IPA is in the province, most likely papasok pa rin naman yung tao doon dahil taga doon na rin sila eh. It's more the ones, I think, in the metropolitan areas that would be affected because then now, people like me, I live in the southern part of Metro Manila, they don't have to spend 3 hours a day to get to work. So I do believe, Mr. President, that we have the difficult task to make these very challenging decisions. Because the future is not going to be the way we left it. It's not going to be that brick and mortar area defined. There really will be more BGC types where the buildings may be used less for office space and more for shared living spaces. Because some of them will be able to live there and walk to work and not have to all be accommodated there. My daughter actually works for a marketing firm that has a shared space only. They don't, from my understanding, it's not a single office for that company alone. And she actually works from home. That is the reality. So I understand what His Honor was saying, that it's different. The law that we pass applies to companies that are not receiving incentives. That's why you want to dictate upon this. Senator Joel has a different opinion on that. I'm not going to try to take a side, but the general rule is we are promoting work from home. In that sense, I am taking that side. But I understand what His Honor is saying, that you want to carve this out as a special law. So legally, I can understand what you want to do. You want to carve it out as a special law and not make his law apply. That's what you want. That is how it works legally. That it is not, you're carving out a special law. And all I'm adding to the discussion is this may not, the law, that this exception that His Honor would like to make may not be in tune with the future of work. We may now effectively, in our desire to support the construction industry, we may be creating these ghost IPA locations where the reality is people will want to work from home and you need more co-working spaces. Unless, of course, ang target market for that is manufacturing. Then you go back to the factory type. That stays the same. Yun lang naman. I'll leave it at that. I know so well from His Honor that he understands the point I'm making.
And I know that Her Honor, who's the chairman of the Futures SDG and Futures Thinking Committee, have looked at this many, many times. The future of work, the future of education, and post-pandemic evolution of our country, and I thank Her Honor for educating me in that, and we'll study.
Yeah, giving you more to think about or to work with the industry.
It's really,
no, because Mr. President, sadly, I feel like maybe some industries need to. Well, actually, we can ask them to enroll in the DAP. The Senate, with all your support, we have supported Development Academy of the Philippines programs on futures thinking. Baka pwede rin sila mag-enroll doon para makita nila yung future of work. Kasi kung hindi nila na-foresee na yan talaga ang mangyayari, sayang din yung construction nila.
I'm sure they're also cognizant of the changing habits of working, Mr. President. So it's really a balancing decision that we have to make because we're also looking at the construction industry and also the capital that will go into the construction industry and also potential employment that will that will follow the construction industry, Mr. President. So it's really a balancing act that we had to make.
Okay. A minute suspension, please.
Session suspended. Zoom.
Ano ba tayong summary nito?
Mr. President, I have around 15 items, and I think I've covered around 7 or 8. So, but one of the more important ones is the FIRB, and I think I'll try to summarize this in a 5-minute discussion, and so we can give time for other issues, other subject matters to be taken up on the floor. So the FIRB functions were enumerated in the CREATE law, and I'll briefly explain why the FRB prior to CREATE was strengthened, and then we will ask the sponsor what are the reasons for the amendments in the CREATE More law, which changed the powers of FIRB. So under the CREATE law, the powers of FIRB were expanded for the following reasons. FIRB is meant to promote accountability for every peso of tax incentives. I think I explained this earlier, that their IPAs were granting so many incentives, and wala man lang tayong, we never had the data, we don't have anyone monitoring the cost benefit to us. We gave away incentives, what did the country get in return? So that's why FIRB is there to promote accountability. Number 2, FIRB enhances inclusion by broadening the participation of MSMEs. Number 3, FIRB strengthens transparency in the grant of tax incentives. Let me expound on this a little bit. The FIRB, in its oversight function, has the power to cancel, to suspend, and to revoke IPA approved incentives. And my understanding of the CREATE More Now bill is that this is now being limited to monitoring the cancellation, the suspension, and the revocation. So one of the questions I'll include is, prior to CREATE, which IPAs have even ever canceled or suspended incentives given to any agency? And because our whole problem was no one was monitoring this, no one was doing, we were not aware that any of these IPAs were doing that. And now the supervisorial or monitoring function of FIRB, to our knowledge, is being removed under the CREATE More bill. So may we ask His Honor to explain what are the changes introduced in the powers of FIRB?
Well, Mr. President, we maintain those very important features in the FIRB to promote accountability, to enhance inclusion, to strengthen transparency. Those concepts are maintained in the powers of FIRB. We just harmonize the rules of FIRB, and the IPAs. And we also took note of the comments of the RBEs as well as potential investors. One of the comments that they mentioned is the power to cancel, suspend, or withdraw the enjoyment of fiscal incentives by RBEs creates this uncertainty on the part of the RBEs. For example, they cited an example. When they already invested money, let's start with application. When they applied and they submitted all the documents, and then if the documents are compliant, they will be given incentives or approval. But because of this power to cancel, suspend, and withdraw, it creates this uncertainty on the part of the investor, because an overriding body can suspend and withdraw the incentives, and the environment is not certain for them, because even though they got the approval, an overriding body can remove those incentives. So we removed that, but instead we gave FIRB more disciplinary powers. We gave it regulatory powers. We gave it quasi-judicial powers. We still maintain the power to review the compliance. We maintain the power to review the compliance of investment promotion agencies, and we just harmonized the rules of both the IPAs and FIRB, Mr. President. So the concepts still remain the same. What we just remove are powers that creates uncertainty on the part of the RBEs, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I understand what His Honor is saying. However, precisely why we gave FIRB that power to cancel, suspend, or withdraw is because the data that we had, and I am very happy to be given other data, showed that there were no actions being taken by the IPAs against any of their registered enterprises. Wala. Di man lang sila abalang mag-monitor. They don't care. Kumbaga, so the reason why we gave FIRB that power is because we need to ensure that the benefits we are extending has really benefit to the country. So now, by simply monitoring, where's the teeth? What teeth is there left to FIRB? Magmamonitor lang, noted? Yun lang ho ba yun?
Well, Mr. President, the FIRB can sanction the IPAs. It can also remove the authority to grant incentives, Mr. President. But we're removing the uncertainty on the part of the RBEs, because, Mr. President, if the RBEs in good faith applies for incentives, complies with all the requirements, it's not his fault if the IPAs are not monitoring. It's not his fault if the IPAs are not collecting data, but because these are investors.
No, I agree I have no disagreement with you on that, Your Honor. FIRB was never granted, and under CREATE law has no power to suspend, cancel, or withdraw any fiscal incentives if the failure to forward data to them or whatever requirements are on the part of the IPA. So the business enterprises would never have been injured or made to suffer for the shortcomings of the IPA.
Yeah, correct, Mr. President.
But I have a hard time accepting this, Mr. President, because no less than the sponsor himself has said, has somehow agreed with this representation that, you know, the IPAs were doing their kind of, they were doing things on their own, and to use his own words, it was a race to the bottom. So in their desire na dumami lang yung mga pumasok sa kanila, kung hindi sila magko-comply, let's say they're supposed to employ X number of employees, whatever else, you know, they're supposed to have the technology transfer. If they don't do that, some of these IPAs, if not many of them, have looked the other way and did not even bother to ensure compliance. And that's why FIRB is there.
Right.
So if they're just going to monitor, we are back to a system where there's very little accountability. This is a national government that simply, it's like the DOLE that is ensuring compliance with labor laws. That is what the FIRB is doing, ensuring compliance. So I hate to say that, sorry, but this is like an IPA lobby that is just returning to them the power that they did not use properly.
Well, Mr. President, what we did is we harmonized the powers of FIRB and the IPAs So in other words, it's the IPAs who should discipline the RBEs because it's the RBEs, that's their jurisdiction, and the RBEs are under their jurisdiction, and the FIRB has now disciplinary powers over the IPAs. So that's the structure that we intend to create. So discipline will still be enforced in that manner. For example, if the RBEs do not follow, or if the let's create a scenario. If the IPAs do not comply with the guidelines and with the standards promulgated by FIRB, then the FIRB has now disciplinary powers over them. But if the RBEs are not following, it's the IPAs who should discipline them, Mr. President. And in the same manner, there's transparency and there's also monitoring by the FIRB on all the activities of the IPA. So we just created a hierarchy, Mr. President. So that is just to make it very clear to the RBEs that they are under the jurisdiction of the IPAs, and no other entity can cancel their incentive, Mr. President. So it's a hierarchy that we created, Mr. President.
Mr. President, okay na sana ako dun sa explanation ng hierarchy because I do have a methodological mind. No, I can understand that. Ayoko din na magulo eh. Naintindihan ko yun.
Correct, Mr. President.
Okay na sana eh. Kaya lang, and I was about to tell my staff, I was actually already telling my staff, let's just draft some amendments that ensure that FIRB can, I was thinking of the exact words to say. I was literally telling my staff na maybe language to the effect that FIRB can initiate or inform the IPA of the need to check on the compliance of certain registered business enterprises. But then we saw this provision in the CREATE law that is being deleted. Item number 5, what section is this? Section 17, amending Section 297, Section 17 of the CREATE law, amending Section 297 of the NIRC, page 38 of His Honor's committee report, line 6 is being deleted, and it is the power of FIRB to check and verify as necessary the compliance of registered business enterprises with the terms and conditions of their availment, in particular the agreed target performance metrics, rules and regulations of this Act, and other relevant laws and issuances. So that's very disturbing to me, Your Honor, that simply checking that these registered enterprises are complying with their commitment, are being removed from the FIRB, when we already know that the IPA's vested interest is to just keeping them there, and they don't seem to have they don't seem to have that national concern that they have to be contributing to the economy, and it's being removed.
Yep.
So this does not make sense to me, Your Honor. I just feel like we want to disable a national agency from being able to from ensuring that these registered enterprises are complying with the requirements that allow them to receive benefits. I am really unhappy about that. Mr. President.
Mr. President, this is actually a deletion from the House version. And the reason why we carry this is because of the hierarchy, Mr. President. And for the record, the IPAs didn't lobby to weaken the FIRB. And I will not agree to weaken the FIRB, Mr. President. As I mentioned during the earlier part of the interpolation, I want to maintain discipline among the IPAs. I want to maintain the authority of FIRB over the IPA. So they didn't lobby. The IPAs didn't lobby to weaken FIRB. The reason why we carried this deletion, Mr. President, is because of that hierarchy. The IPAs should discipline the the IPA should discipline the RBEs, and in turn, the FIRB should discipline IPAs, Mr. President. So that's, in simple terms, that's the hierarchy that we are thinking, Mr. President.
And like I said, I have so much respect for the sponsor. I can understand and accept that that is his intention. I would be happy to receive information that shows that between the time prior to the passage of Create Law and after the passage of Create Law, what IPA has disciplined and imposed any sanctions, has even reported any non-compliance of any business enterprise. Because you are now, His Honor is now saying that let's follow the hierarchy. Let's let the IPA be the one to do this. But I may be wrong, but when I sponsored Create, I did not have any evidence. I did not have any proof that this was being done. And so, what is the reason? What is the basis for me now to believe that the IPAs will perform that function when again I'm happy to be corrected, they never did. They never did. And the whole essence of the Create Law is the rationalization of incentives and the proper implementation. And one of the safeguards that we put into place is that FIRB will have that power to suspend, to cancel. Again, like I said, I was already telling my staff that let's just prepare amendments that respect that hierarchy. But when you delete this provision, when the committee report includes the deletion, as His Honor said, that came from the House, deleting the provision that gives the power of FIRB to check and verify the compliance of registered business enterprises with the terms and conditions, I cannot help but conclude that the intention is to weaken the monitoring of the compliance. That is the logical conclusion that my brain is being brought to. And again, I will start and end my statement with full faith in His Honor. Yeah. But this is how I understand this bill as it is written.
Well, Mr. President, the reason why we accepted this is because we created this hierarchy so that lines are very clear from FIRB to IPAs to RBEs.
But why would it be a difficulty for His Honor to support the power of FIRB to check?
Yeah. Well,
like, for example, if the language is changed to say FIRB may request from every IPA to submit the compliance with the terms, hindi niya ba pwedeng gawin yun?
But Mr. President, if that is the effect, we're very open to improve the language, Mr. President. But the intention is really to create that hierarchy. And one of the feedbacks that we got from the RBEs is they want certainty. No? Once the IPA approves it, they don't want an external agency or a third-party agency or an oversight agency to cancel their approval. And that creates an uncertain environment.
Mr. President, with all due respect, there are so many things in the Philippines that contribute to uncertainty than a national regulatory body simply asking for documents to show compliance. May I toss the question to DOF, and I want them to write me a letter and tell me that they feel 100% confident that the IPAs will be able to comply. Has there been any incident where the FIRB has stepped on the toes or offended any of our registered business enterprise? Because I would be the first, as His Honor, I'm sure, will stand by me and defend the rights of a registered enterprise, be it a Filipino company or foreign company, na hindi naman sila inaapi-api. That is the uncertainty. So if there is a reported incident, tanggalin na lahat ng powers ng FIRB. Meron ba?
Well,
alam ko may delays. Alam ko may nababagalan. Pero to ask for compliance, I'm like really surprised.
Well, Mr. President, for the record, I asked FIRB, walang ganon, Mr. President.
So why? I feel like, are we beholden to our investors? We are grateful for their investment, but we are like telling them, don't worry, we won't look at your documents. Don't worry, we won't check your compliance. Grabe naman.
Mr. President, again, that's not the intention, Mr. President. That's why
But that
we...
is how it appears,
Yeah.
because we gave that power to FIRB because it is detached from the local scene. Diba? It is not part of the IPA. So, anyway, I'll leave my point. No, His
Yeah, I
Honor,
get the point
His
of,
Honor,
Your Honor.
has always, given me had the patience to listen to my explanations. You get my point. I hope that our colleagues, have appreciate this issue, because that is the point, that we empowered FIRB, and we're now saying that no, don't check. Let's leave it to the IPA. So I have two requests. One is there any incident? But I think you already answered that. Is there any incident that would lead the investors to have this uncertainty that His Honor is mentioning, that this uncertainty that a national agency would be abusing their power and suddenly canceling? Why would the FRB do that? Why would they think of doing that? This is investment that they are trying to ensure is being supported in our country. I don't know why that is a concern. So I feel bad that we feel threatened by other entities who will tell us, don't monitor us because we don't like to be monitored. I don't think that doesn't feel right with me, Mr. President. And so, anyway, that was my first concern. My second is, have any IPAs in the history canceled, suspended, or withdrawn?
The incentives for the RBEs?
Yeah. O wala rin.
Pero meron ba sila? Pero meron ba tayong official record? Volunteer on whose part? Because they cannot comply. Well, Mr. President, from my after conferring with FIRB, there are voluntary cancellations.
Oh, that's different. That's different. I'm asking if any IPAs have imposed sanctions. We are suspending you. We are withdrawing your status. We are revoking.
Yeah. For
So,
now, the initial
apparently
answer,
none.
there's none.
Exactly.
But I'm asking for official records from them.
Okay, but my point is, do we have any evidence of abuse from FRB? It appears none. Any evidence that the IPAs have even exercised their authority? Because we do have reports. I remember from Senator Joel and then Senator Risa had maybe anecdotal, but they were reports on certain maybe labor laws not being followed, things like that. And yet hindi naman na-suspend, hindi naman na-withdraw. So parang, sorry in colloquial terms, OA naman tayo na parang yung basic power naman natin to regulate na-curtail pa tayo.
Yeah, well,
That's just my
Mr. President, again, that's not the intention.
And I trust His Honor.
Yeah,
I understand that's not the intention, but when I read it as a lawyer, that seems to be the repercussion of the amendments.
Yeah, if the amendments are interpreted in that way, then that's not the intention, Mr. President. And again, we are supporting FIRB's power to discipline the IPAs. We want the RBEs to also follow their commitments in terms of investment entitlements. What we did is we just define the rules properly and define the rules clearly, so that the hierarchy will be very clear and there will be no uncertainty. But if the amendments are interpreted in a different manner, then we're very open, Mr. President, to...
I'll leave His Honor with this thought so that the DOF and His Honor's team can review. From what His Honor explained, it's FIRB that will somehow discipline the IPAs, and then the IPAs will do their job in terms of reviewing the performance,
Correct,
reviewing
Mr.
the
President,
compliance.
that is the intention.
So what the gap now there is, because, as I said, in the 30 or 40 or how many years that some of the IPAs have been existent, they have no record of suspending, withdrawing. There may be, so please provide me with the information if there is. They have no record of providing any disciplinary actions against them. There is no basis naman for our investors to be afraid that it's being abused in any way. But in case, because Create has now impose a higher standard of accountability, right? We can agree on that. And that accountability includes regular repertorial submissions and so on. If that does not happen, then there's now a gap because these IPAs have never performed those duties. I'm happy to be informed if there's an IPA that is a standout that has been regularly submitting, to the DOF before CREATE was passed. But given that I'm not aware that there were, then the gap will be the business enterprise that are non-compliant will continue to be non-compliant, and the only thing FRB can do is discipline the IPA.
Yeah.
There will be no immediate. So that is where I'm looking for language, which I got distracted when I saw that provision. Which
But
I
Mr.
wasn't
President,
happy
we're
about.
very open to suggestions. I'm in line with with Her Honor in making the RBEs and the IPAs accountable as well by submitting reports and submitting compliance reports. So we're in line with that.
In fact, maybe we can get a response, if it's possible now or later, about these compliances of the RBEs since CREATE law was passed.
But all of them submit.
Mostly po, kesa po yung medyo maraming mga kulang.
But Mr. President, according to FIRB, it's only TIEZA who does not submit regular reports, Mr. President. So the other, I understand that the other IPAs are submitting regular reports, Mr. President.
So the registered, under CREATE law, the registered enterprises submit to the IPAs, and then the IPAs consolidate this and report to
reports it
FIRB.
to
And those,
FIRB.
and those have been complied with.
Except for TIEZA, Mr. President,
Except for
apparently.
TIEZA. Bakit kaya? Tanungin nyo naman yung TIEZA. Sabi mo, pinapatanong
Maybe it's a
namin.
management issue, Mr. President.
Okay.
But the good thing is almost all IPAs submit reports and about their operations and also the compliance to incentives, Mr. President.
And does does DOF, FIRB, whoever else you have there, Mr. President, assume that this will continue with the amendments made on the curtailing of FIRB powers or the change in FIRB powers? For me, it's a curtailment, but His Honor may not agree. But let's just say the change in the FIRB powers. Is that the belief of the question, Your Honor, is for the implementing agencies who are here to support the bill?
Yeah, well,
is that
Mr.
their belief?
President, I believe that it will achieve its objective of making IPAs accountable and in turn RBs accountable, and that's really the objective, and that's my objective as well. And we will continue to work with Her Honor if we need to improve the language. We're very open to
Yeah,
that.
one last point on that. May kasabihan nga, di ba? If it ain't broke, don't fix. If it ain't, tama ba?
Broken.
If it ain't broken, don't fix it. Kasi I don't know why kailangan palitan. Maandar naman. Wala namang nagreklamong abusado ang FIRB. So nalaman lang nila na may a-amend kang mga importanteng provision kasi meron naman talagang kailangan, like we said, yung tungkol dun sa wrong the rules that were somehow in conflict with the intention of the law. Clear yan na we have to change that. Nabuksan lang, lahat na, nilagay na.
Well, hindi naman natin tinanggap lahat, Mr. President. I was very strict also
I agree
on
naman.
maintaining that
And I know
concept,
that
Mr.
from the examples His Honor gave. But in this case, wala naman reklamo sa trabaho pala ng FIRB. So bakit babawasan yung power nila? Ba't inabuso ba nila? Yun lang naman yung point that I want to make.
Yeah, I understand, Mr. President. Well, in our case, we just want to make sure the rules are clear, and we're very open to suggestion on clarifying further, Mr. President.
Okay, I think we can end for today, Mr. President.
Thank you.
I will review the other points that I have, and if I feel that they need to be discussed on the floor, then I will take another hour or so on create more, And if not, I'll just pass on, or maybe in the period of amendment. I'll see.
Right.
I have to review it. Thank you so much for your patience, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to good gentle lady from Taguig.
Thank you very much, Senators Gatchalian and Pia Cayetano. The minority floor leaders recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Because we might suspend the consideration of this measure, may I request from the sponsor, Senator Win Gatchalian, may I request some information before I commence with my
Yes, Mr.
interpretation?
President.
Or resume with my interpretation. It was mentioned in some earlier interpolation that the objective of the measure is to clarify certain provisions or items in the CREATE law. So can we have a printed guide on what portions or items in the CREATE law this measure clarifies?
Okay, Mr. President.
So now yan ang request ko pa for information. And then number two, it was also mentioned that in connection with the local SIPP, that we are giving the chance to the IPAs, 14? There are 14 IPAs?
14, Mr. 15 including the BARM.
Okay, sige, sama natin si Bad. The 15 IPAs to take advantage of their strengths, di ba?
Correct,
So
Mr. President.
if we can request for a listing of the 15 IPAs and what are the strengths that we think that they have, Mr. President.
All right, Mr.
Okay, so
President.
that para po ma-pursue natin during the interpellation. So,
Thank you.
At the
Thank you,
soonest
Mr. President.
possible time, kung at the convenience of the sponsor. So maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Minority Leader. Thank you, Senator Gatchalian. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2762.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2474 under Committee Report number 161. This is the bill on the PNP forensic DNA database. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2474 under Committee Report number 161 is now in order.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we have sponsored the measure. With that, I move to open the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, and to interpolate our minority leader, Senator Aquilino Cocopimentel.
Senators Bato de la Rosa and Bongo are recognized.
Bong? Is it Bong?
The minority leader.
May I be recognized?
I'm sorry,
Mr. President? Yes.
the minority leader is recognized.
Yes.
Kala ko si...
Okay, Senator Bongo is here. I'm willing to give way, Mr. President, for his interpellation.
All right, Senator Bongo is recognized.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the gentleman, sponsor, and former GPNP yield for some few questions?
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor.
First of all, Mr. President, bakit nung GPNP ka, hindi mo to pinropose?
Magkakasama kayo.
Mr. President, maybe na-busy kami ng husto no, Mr. President. Hindi ko ito natutukan talaga ng bigyan ng tamang pansin at that time. I must admit. But right now, since na-equip na yung ating mga meron na tayong tatlong lugar sa Pilipinas, Krami, Cebu, and Davao, binigyan tayo, nagkakaroon tayo ng ganitong capability. So, naramdaman ng ating mga taga-PNP forensic group na kailangan talaga ng legislation. Habang tumatagal kasi, na-feel nila yung the need for a legislation.
Mr. President, alam niyo naman po na during the time of former President Duterte, even during your time as Chief of Police ka pa ng Davao, o sa Davao Region, full support tayo sa ating kapulisan. And in fact, alam mo yun, noong 2018, pinaglaban natin na dito sa tulong ng mga kasama natin sa Kongreso, na doble po ang sahod ng uniform personnel, PNP, at full support tayo sa police dahil hindi nila magagampanan ang kanilang trabaho at hindi magiging successful na labanan ng kriminalidad hindi po suportahan. Kailangan talaga ng police ng suporta. Tama, Mr. President?
Yes, tama, Mr. President. It just so happened talaga that at the early stages of the establishment of our DNA laboratories, hindi pa na-realize ng mga people from the forensics group the need of this legislation. So ngayon lang nakita nila, habang tumatagal, nakita na kailangan ng support itong kanilang opisina to empower their office through legislation. Kaya nga, kasi ngayon, at the moment, Mr. President, pag meron kang nahuli, then gusto mong kukunan siya ng DNA sample para magkakaroon ka ng database sa kanya, yung kanyang profile mailagay sa database, hindi po siya basta-bastang makunan if without his consent. Pero with this legislation, magkakaroon na tayo ng mandatory na pagkukuha ng sample sa mga Section 9, mandatory collection of DNA sample. The following shall be required to provide biological sample. A, those convicted by final judgment for violation of any criminal law. B, those persons who have a pending criminal case before any court of competent jurisdiction. C, those who are legally detained under the law. D, those ordered by a judicial or quasi-judicial order to submit their DNA sample in relation to a pending case. E, active members of law enforcement agencies. And F, active members of the armed forces of the Philippines. So ito po yung kinakailangan talaga na Mr. President, na provision para magkakaroon ng database na marami.
Gusto lang natin marinig at marinig na mga kababayan natin what is the rationale behind this measure, paano ito makakatulong kumpara po nung unang panahon, no? Updated na tayo ngayon. Halimbawa, 10 years ago sa ngayon, ano na pong pinagbago at anong magiging tulong nito sa ating PNP kung institutionalize po natin ito, since sabi mo nga meron na tayong forensic database sa PNP ngayon.
Yes, yes.
Tama, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Gusto niyo pong isabatas ito, institutionalize po ito. So ano hong pinaka simple lang po na explanation na makakatulong po ito sa ating kapulisan at sa ating crime solving po, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, DNA is a game changer as far as crime prevention and crime solution is concerned. We have the following objectives of the database. The objective of the DNA database is to establish, keep, and maintain comprehensive national DNA database in order to perform comparative searches for the following purposes. Number 1, serves as a tool for crime prevention and crime solution. Normal, Mr. President, kapag ikaw kriminal ka, alam mo na meron ka ng profile na nasa database, takot ka na ngayon na gumawa ng krimen dahil any DNA sample that can be collected from the crime scene can be matched doon sa yung available na database. And also, for crime solution, mapapadali ang pag-identify ng perpetrators of the crime. Then, number 2, identify persons who might have been involved in the commission of an offense. Yun nga, through gathering of DNA samples from the crime scene and doon sa body of the crime, matutulungan natin na ma-identify yung mga perpetrators.
Mr. President, ito bang magiging resulta sa DNA testing ninyo, is it magiging conclusive or admissible in court?
Yes, Mr. President, very conclusive po ito and admissible in
How
court.
accurate po ito, Mr. President?
99.999999%, Mr. President. Except, lahat kasi ng tao, there are no two persons who have the same DNA profile except for twins, identical twins.
Twins, pareho.
Pag twins, pareho sila ng DNA.
Pareho talaga yun.
Pareho sila, pero
So,
all others, walang magkapareho.
Paano yun pag yung kambal ang may kagagawan? Paano yun
Siguro, dagdagan natin ng another, diskarte na ng investigador, Mr. President, kung paano, kung dalawang kambal ay nagiging persons of interest sa isang krimen.
Pareho daw.
Ay,
Pareho raw, Mr. President.
Ito ang sagot, Mr. President. Kung meron ba tayong, if there is other technology to identify the difference of identical twins in terms of DNA, the answer is yes, using the next generation sequencing. NGS, Mr. President, is a state-of-the-art sequencing technology that offers ultra-high output, scalability, and speed. So, may bagong technology ngayon, Mr. President.
Wala ho bang ganitong kapasidad ang ating other law enforcement agencies like the NBI? Meron sila.
Ang NBI, meron din silang DNA capability.
Aside from NBI and sa PNP, ano ho bang...
Aside from NBI, tayo na lang sa PNP. So, PNP lang pala ang merong database. Ang NBI, meron silang capability, pero wala silang database.
Meron silang capability.
Pero wala silang database.
Anong pinagkaiba nun?
Pwede silang magkuha ng sample, pwede silang mag-analyze ng sample, at makaproduce sila ng DNA profile, pero wala silang database. Unlike sa PNP, kaya nating magkuha ng sample, mag-analyze ng sample,
may database.
magkakuha ng profile, at meron tayong database as of now. Ang kagandahan kasi sa police, Mr. President, dahil yun nga, lahat ng lugar mayroong police station. Lahat ng munisipyo mayroong police station. At hindi tayo mahirapan pagdating sa database dahil lahat ng krimen na nangyari doon sa EOR ng isang munisipyo ay talagang isasubmit nila yan doon sa forensics group for kung mayroong makolekt na DNA sample doon sa crime scene.
For example, no, yung mga, sabi mo nga, may mga police station na madali yung access nila. Padala ka agad yung, kailangan merong mga internet ito.
Physical talaga, Mr. President, yung
I mean, yung kung meron ka ipapa-verify dun sa result. How about yung mga police stations na malalayo? Ano bang opisina ang dapat dadaanan nito sa True Region?
Mr. President, kailangan talaga itong ang comparative analysis ay doon talaga gagawin sa laboratory, DNA laboratory. Kung gusto natin mag-match ng samples.
I mean, pag meron na yung resulta, paano niyo i-verify? Papadala pa sa krame?
Hindi na, Mr. President. Sa Mindanao, meron tayo sa Davao City, sa Cebu, sa Visayas, meron tayong sa Cebu, na DNA laboratory, at dito sa Luzon, meron tayo sa Krami.
Under anong division po ito ng Philippine National Police?
Forensics Group, Mr. President. Yung dating crime lab, if you can remember, yung SOCO. Part lang yung SOCO sa crime lab. So, yung
crime lab, anong tawag ngayon? Di ba crime lab yun dati? Merong regional crime lab.
Yes. Ngayon, ang crime lab pinalitan ng pangalan, ni-rename as Forensics Group. Ang Forensics Group, merong Forensics Group 11 for Region 11, Forensic Group for Region 7 sa Cebu. So, yun lang, pinalitan lang ng pangalan, Mr. President.
Ito yung crime lab noon.
Crime lab dati.
Forensics group. So magiging under po siya ng forensics group ang mga prosesong dadaan dito.
Yes, correct, Mr. President.
So halimbawa may krimen dito nangyari. So papasok ngayon yung
Soko.
Soko.
Yeah, to collect pieces of evidence dito sa loob. Then, dadalhin nila doon sa krami, sa forensics group, doon sa crime, yung DNA laboratory for processing.
For example, no, merong nangyaring krimen dyan, tapos wala yung witness, wala pang witness, di ba? Andyan na patay yung isang tao, sinaksak. So anong gagawin ng SOCO o ng forensics group? Yung standard operating procedure ninyo at paano makakatulong itong DNA ninyo para mas mapabilis at maging conclusive yung ebidensya dito.
Yes, Mr. President, ganito po yun.
Para maintindihan po ng publiko.
Pag may nangyaring krimen dito sa loob, halimbawa sa loob ng session hall, automatic yan. Ipapa-cordon off itong area para hindi makontaminate yung crime scene.
Yun yung makita nila na yellow.
Yellow. Police line, do not cross. Police line.
Yun.
So, ma-sealed na yung area, sealed off. Then, papasok na ngayon yung mga scene of the crime operatives, yung taga-Soko, para maghanap ng ebidensya. Halimbawa, merong naiwan dyan na mga cigarette butts na o kaya buhok na hindi belonging to the victim.
So, yung buhok,
buhok
nila?
ipipick upin nila yan, dadalhin doon sa DNA laboratory. At,
so ano pwede maging ebidensya sa DNA? Buhok? Ano pa?
Buhok, saliva, ihi, dugo, urine, blood, perspiration, pawis, yung parts of the skin, nails.
So anong gagamitin ng forensics group para i-secure yung mga buhok? Minsan maliliit na yon. Laway, paano mo
Meron sa technical capability yan, Mr. President, kung may cotton swab, kung sa laway, cotton swab ang gagamitin, pati sa dugo.
So, Mr. President, kumpara noong 10 years, mas high-tech na ngayon, Mr. President.
Yeah, high-tech talaga, Mr. President.
Mas iba na, mas ano na yung kapasidad natin, mas nagiging modern at magiging conclusive na ito kaagad, yung may ebidensya, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. As I've said...
so, ang gusto nyo is isabatas ito, institutionalize ito para maging part na siya ng budget ng Philippine National Police.
Correct, Mr. President.
Kung nakakatulong naman sa crime solution natin, crime solving, Mr. President, supportahan natin ito.
Thank you, Mr.
Malaking bagay yun, napaka-importante. Yan ang po ang trabaho ng police to maintain peace and order and crime solving, Mr. President. Yun lang po, Mr. President. Baka may gusto ka pang i-explain sa publiko para maintindihan po nila kung bakit napakahalaga po nitong inyong batas sa DNA pag-institutionalize dito sa DNA forensic.
Mr. President, gusto ko lang idagdag na ang gamit po, the uses of the DNA in forensic investigation is that DNA is used to identify a certain individual. DNA evidence is used to link perpetrators to crime scene, to exonerate individuals who were wrongly accused or convicted. So kahit na na-convict ka na, Mr. President, at later on, ma-find out through DNA analysis na iba pala yung hindi pala ikaw ang gumawa ng krimen, pwedeng ma-exonerate yung victim. And also, it can establish...
Pwede siya ma-absuelto dahil negative sa DNA.
Pwede, Mr. President. Pagtakbo na yan ng kaso.
Dahil dito sa pagiging...
yung wrongly arrested person, ay pwede pa rin siya makalusot dahil nga through DNA. Nakakatulong ito in both ways to pin down the real culprits and to free the wrongly accused suspects. And also, Mr. President, ito ay nakakatulong for paternity testing para malaman kung sino ang tatay ng isang bata. And also, in missing persons investigation, yung mga mass disasters, disaster victim identification, malaking tulong po ito, Mr. President.
So, ang importante rito yung so under na po siya ng regional forensics group na po as a PNP. Ito.
Yes, Mr. President.
Tapos yung SOCO, sila yung pupunta sa
crime scene.
Yung ano ho bang mga doktor ho ba yung dapat dito, Mr. President? Mga police, di ba may mga police doctor tayo ngayon?
Marami tayong doktor na police, pero karamihan dito is mga medtech at mga chemist ang involved sa...
Anong highest ranking na police ngayon sa... Yung nagdadala ng forensics group, Mr. President? Kasi since meron siya mga regional offices, yung sa Krame, anong pinaka-highest ranking?
As Police Brigadier General, Mr. President.
Sino po ang... kayo po, sir?
The whole forensic.
Doktor po kayo, sir?
Hindi po, sir. Accountant ako, sir.
Sige, sir.
One stop, no?
Yes, sir.
Cavalier ka rin, sir?
Hindi, sir.
Basta.
PNP, sir.
PNP.
Salamat. Anong class mo, sir?
93.
93.
So, one-star general. Yun lang po, Mr. President. Full support naman tayo basta sa police. Ever since kapakanan ng police and capability to enhance the capability of our Philippine National Police, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Maraming salamat, Majority Leader. Ikaw, sige. Yeah.
Thank you, Senators. Senator Go.
Mr. President, Minority Leader, seeking the floor.
Minority Leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, kung kaya nyo pa, di tuloy pa natin to, Mr. President, kasi we want to take advantage of the fact that the resource persons are here.
Yeah.
Sayang.
Yes.
Do we have a foreigner guest? Is the FBI here?
Yeah.
Wala.
Resource person. Resource person, Mr. President.
From the FBI?
No.
Okay.
Expert lang siya, expert from DNA. For DNA.
Okay. So, may we identify our foreign resource person for the record, Mr. President?
He is Mr. Mr. Saura Maria, the Director of Asia GTH DNA.
Sige po.
Mr. President.
Sige po, Mr. President. So, ang purpose po ng ating panukalang batas is to is what, Mr. President? To establish a PNP DNA database?
Yes, Mr. President, to institutionalize the establishment of the PNP database.
Pero akala ko we already have.
We already have, Mr. President, and we just through this legislation, we hope to empower the PNP to develop the forensic DNA database.
And what do they have now? Forensic DNA database din.
Yes, Mr. President.
What was the legal basis for them to compile this database?
Legal basis.
It's part of crime solution.
Yeah, right now, Mr. President, even though they are accused, still, ang ginagamit nilang sistema para magkakuha sila ng database is through voluntarism, Mr. President. Kahit na accuse siya, yung isang tao, kinakausap, kung willing ka ba magbigay ng sample, then kinukuha. At ang marami ngayon ay coming from PNP personnel and AFP requirement. Okay.
So the critical equipment po nito ay
Ano yung machine?
Mga magkano po yung ano nito, yung critical equipment, yung ano bang tawag mo dyan? What is the name of, or how do we call the machine which gives us the DNA results, Mr. President?
Mr. President, sa kabuuan, ito aabot ng around 800 million yung nakasit up ngayon. Presently, nakasit up sa Krami, sa Cebu, at sa Davao. All in all, 800,000, Mr. President.
Okay, so the PNP already has for a DNA database, and they have already decentralized the location of the machines which can give us the DNA profile in 3 areas. One is in Camp Crame, siguro yung isa?
Yes, Mr.
And then
President.
one is in PNP
Cebu.
camp or station in Cebu, and one is in a PNP camp or station in Davao City.
Yes, Mr.
And
President.
this cost us 800 million. So
Yes, Mr. President.
the collection of the DNA sample can be done at any police station.
Yes, Mr. President, whenever, if it involves a crime scene, Mr. President, kung saan yung area, doon tayo makakolekta ng DNA samples. Pero yung magbo-volunteer, they can report to police stations at dadalhin sila doon sa forensics group. Yung in 3 different places, Mr. President, as you have mentioned, one in Davao, one in Cebu, and one in Camp Crame.
And for example, a policeman in kasi ang active PNP personnel sa panukala natin kailangan mag-submit, di ba? Kailangan mag-submit, mandatory mag-submit.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. So someone the personnel, the PNP personnel is in Cagayan de Oro.
Well, the forensics people from Davao can go to Cagayan de Oro. That is the closest laboratory, Mr. President. They can go to from Davao. They can travel to Cagayan de Oro to collect samples from the policemen in Cagayan de Oro.
So there will be a systematic way.
Yes, Mr. President.
For the ang problema ko kasi, Mr. President, yung handling natin ngayon ng sample, thousands of samples ang kukolektahin, and then of course there will be a schedule for the PNP personnel in Tawi-Tawi and the AFP personnel in Sulu. So thousands of samples ngayon yan. Is the PNP, or doesn't the PNP have some issues on the handling of samples? Hindi ba nagagamit din sa atin yan sa yung chain of custody sa drug cases, Mr. President? And sometimes the failure to observe the chain of custody leads to acquittal in drug cases. So doon ako yung worry ko lang is baka yung DNA sample ni Mr. A ay now ma-record as DNA sample ni Mr. B, Mr. President.
Right now, Mr. President, we have trained personnel, Mr. President, who are technically proficient in the collection and the preservation of samples, Mr. President, and I am informed that there is no issue so far. There is no issue so far as the collection, or maybe the possible violation of the chain of custody of evidence, Mr. President.
Has the sponsor encountered the Dror and Hampikian study in 2011, where the researchers found that the DNA interpretation varied significantly among lab technicians and forensic experts? The researchers sent the exact same DNA mixtures to 17 different experts to find out what their conclusions would be, and then ang nangyari, the 17 forensic experts or scientists arrived at remarkably different results. Siguro very far from the 99.9999% accuracy mentioned earlier by our sponsor. So, is this a well-known or famous study, the Dror and Hampikian study, Mr. President?
Yeah, Mr. President, accordingly, this study is a mixture of different samples. It's quite tricky. It's quite tricky, Mr. President.
Technology is getting better.
But right now, the technology is getting better. The technology is getting better.
Diba, what is the, okay, at the present state of technology, what is the claimed accuracy, Mr. President?
It depends on the mixtures. It's very difficult, but sometimes it can be, from 80%.
Hindi nila.
All the mixture. It's mixture of samples, like different semen samples, different criminals.
Okay.
Their samples.
It depends in the mixture of the samples, Mr. President. But according to our resource person here, the lowest is about 80%. That's the lowest accuracy rate. And it can go up as far as 99.9%.
Hindi ko maintindihan, Mr. President, yung mix.
Depends on the mixture.
What is the mixture of the sample? Di ba one sample lang yan from one person, Mr. President?
In a rape case, for example, if it's a gang rape, then you will have
Quality? Does the mixture mean quality?
Mr. President, an example being cited here is a case of gang rape. So gang rape, if you examine the vagina of the victim,
Yeah.
you can get multiple semen.
Yeah.
So the accuracy now is somehow not really compromised, but somehow being lowered, the accuracy, because multiple semens coming from multiple sources, because it's gang rape.
Okay.
So
Sige.
the accuracy is has lowered, Mr. President.
So the current machines of the PNP, how modern are these?
How modern?
the system is provided with
You have a very modern system, equipment, Mr. President, and the system is being provided by the FBI. It's quite up to the state-of-the-art system.
Donated to us by the FBI?
system.
Yes, Mr. President, the system is donated by the FBI.
No, this system worth 800 million pesos?
No, that's not the system. The machine, laboratory machines worth 800,000. But the
800
system,
million,
800 million.
Ah.
But the system being used is donated by FBI. The hardware and the software, Mr. President. The hardware is 800 million pesos, but the software is free, provided by the FBI.
And then itong combination ng hardware and software that we have can yield na what percentage of accuracy if the sample comes from a mouth swab of one person?
If it's one person only, there's no mixture.
Yes.
99.9999%, Mr. President.
Para pala itong PCOS machine, Mr. President. I have encountered that accuracy also claimed in the PCOS machine.
Because according to Mr. President, there's no whole number when we talk about probability.
Yes.
So it's always 0.9999.
So database ito, so mga convicts will be required to, no? Required.
Yes, Mr. President.
Require it, no?
Convict.
And then it's not blood sample, no? I'm worried kasi if we require people to give a blood sample, some might object because how is the sample to be collected?
Buccal swab, Mr. President.
Buccal swab.
So saliva.
Okay.
That's
not so anong tawag mo dun yung invasive. Yeah, that's
so invasive, yeah.
Yes.
Only buccal
Mouth
sample.
swab.
Mouth swab.
Oh.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, so those convicted by final judgment, persons with pending criminal case, persons legally detained under the law, persons ordered by judicial or quasi-judicial bodies to submit in relation to a pending case, active members of law enforcement agencies and active members of the AFP.
Yes, Mr.
So,
President.
yung pang-apat po, yung persons ordered by quasi-judicial or judicial order in relation to a pending case, that pending case must be a criminal case?
Not necessarily, Mr. President. It can be civil case, Mr. President. A sample case is a paternity. Question of paternity. It's a civil case.
So looks like, okay, so at least makita natin na walang label dito na you will, because you are required to submit your DNA sample because it's related to a possible crime that you committed. So hindi ganun kasi nga maganda rito, sinama natin ng all active members of law enforcement
Correct, Mr.
agencies.
President. Yes.
And then active members of the AFP.
Yes.
Okay. When
Also, volunteer persons, Mr. President, like, for example, pilots, they feel that anytime accident may happen during a plane crash, all the bodies, victims of the bodies were burned beyond recognition. So, for future reference, they can volunteer themselves to submit for some DNA sample collection,
yes,
Mr. President.
pero yung in-enumerate po natin yung required.
Yung required lang.
Required po.
Yeah,
So,
required lang.
when we say active members of the law enforcement agencies, may we name what are these law enforcement agencies? Para alam nila, kung member pala sila doon, they will be required to submit their DNAs. PNP.
PNP, Mr. President. NBI.
BI.
Coast Guard.
Coast Guard.
Coast Guard. PDEA.
PDEA.
Bureau of Fire.
BFP.
BGMP, Mr. President.
GMP.
Bureau of Correction.
Bucor.
Ano pa ba?
Namria.
Namria?
Namria. Hindi pa. Kasi
They're uniform personnel, Mr. President, but they're not law enforcement.
Should we use that? Should we use that? Kasi yun ang normal grouping nila eh. So law enforcement and uniformed personnel?
We can say, because in the case of Namria, they are not law enforcement.
Yes, but they uniform.
They are uniform.
Kasi yun ang usual phraseology natin, yun ang grouping natin eh.
NBI is not uniform,
Yes,
but they are law enforcement.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Can we join the two concepts together?
I think so, Mr. President.
Yeah, kasi pero ito lang kasi importante kasi na pwede naman sila mag-volunteer pero required dito eh.
Yes, Mr. President.
So maganda din po siguro ito kasi yung active members of the PNP.
Yes.
Nasa database na kayo.
Yes.
Yung deterrent effect, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. Very much deterrent factor.
So yung ating mga, kung may crime scene tayo, we have this SOCO ba? SOCO, di ba? The SOCO is the unit to examine the crime scene.
Yes,
Automatic ba yung search nila for some items or items which could be possible source of DNA? Ano ba? Automatic ba yun?
Automatic, Mr. President. Everything that can be found in the crime scene that may be of value, maybe of evidentiary value will be collected by the SOCO operatives, Mr. President.
Tapos pag may DNA database na, it something generates a DNA profile, must search po natin?
Yes, Mr. President.
So that's the value of this measure, Mr. President. Nung discussion po natin sa PNP reorganization bill, ito po bang unit na ito ay already in the organizational chart of the PNP?
Yes, Mr. President.
What is it called? Kasi may different offices ang tawag natin.
It's already called Forensics Group, Mr. President. Forensics Group na. Before it was called the Crime Laboratory Group. Now it's already Forensic Group. So yung pinasa natin na naka-third reading natin, yung submitted to Malacanang, enrolled bill to Malacanang, ay forensics group lang nakalagay doon, Mr. President.
Okay, wala po tayong binabago sa placement of this forensic group sa organizational chart ng PNP at wala tayong binabago sa star rank of the chief of this unit, Mr. President?
There is none, Mr.
Nothing.
President.
As is
There
lang.
is none.
As is lang. So it's just...
As is.
So ano yung pinakabago po na feature ng ating batas na ginawa nating mandatory?
Yung mandatory lang, Mr. President, to empower them para lalaki yung ating database.
Okay.
Kasi kulang na kulang ngayon.
Are we clear about the use naman of that? So through mandatory order, we will generate a database. Pero yung use naman itong database, are we very clear in the law? Ano naman ang use niya? Sino maka-access sa kanya?
Yeah, pero Mr. President, the access to and confidentiality of DNA profiles and information, the access to a communication or use of DNA profiles and any information in relation thereto stored in the PNP forensic DNA database shall only be for the following purposes. Number one,
Maybe you know the section? Maybe you know the section?
Section 7, Mr. President.
Section 7. Sige po.
Administering the database. Number 2, comparing DNA profiles or information in the course of an investigation conducted by any law enforcement agency or during judicial and quasi-judicial proceedings. And number 3, making the information available to a person to whom the information relates. DNA profiles and all results of other information obtained in the DNA testing shall be confidential and covered by the provisions of Republic Act number 10173, otherwise known as the Data Privacy Act of 2012. Mr. President.
Ang PNP natin ngayon ay pwede ba tayong humingi naman ng DNA profiles sa other police forces, Mr. President? Foreign law enforcement agencies?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, so baka by reciprocity, ganun ba? Will we allow foreign law enforcement agencies to access our PNP DNA database?
They don't have access to our data, Mr. President, but through the Interpol, if they want to request our cooperation, we can cooperate with our foreign counterparts, Mr. President.
What would be the form of the request, Mr. President? They will send a sample and then a profile and then tayo magsisearch sa DNA database natin?
Yeah, Mr. President, if I may read, cooperation with foreign law enforcement agency. The PNP may, upon request by a foreign law enforcement agency, compare a DNA profile received from the foreign law enforcement agency with the DNA profiles in the DNA database in order to determine whether such DNA profile is already contained in the DNA database and communicate any relevant information to the foreign law enforcement agency. So meaning, Mr. President, yung foreign counterpart natin, foreign law enforcement agency, sila ang magpapadala dito ng DNA profile, i-receive ng PNP, then i-match nila sa existing natin na database. And kung merong match man ito, Mr. President, they will be informed accordingly. The information will be shared to them. Kung kaninong, who is the owner, who is this person, kaninong profile itong nag-match sa ating database.
So, most likely that would be a Filipino citizen. So, will we now reveal the identity of the Filipino citizen to the foreign law enforcement agency?
Hindi kung sinabi niyo yung pangalan. Kasi, halimbawa yung namatay sa ibang bansa.
natin ang ating tao doon.
A minute suspension, Mr. President.
Minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, ready to resume.
So, yes.
Well, going back to the question of the good minority leader, Mr. President, if you have an existing treaty with a foreign, with a foreign entity like the Interpol, we are obliged to cooperate with the Interpol through sharing of information only. So kung magpadala sila dito ng profile, then nakita natin dito sa ating database na mayroong kamats na profile dito, we're going to share with them the names of the profile. Anyway, they are the ones who who has jurisdiction of the case in their own territory. So ours is only cooperation, giving them the information through information sharing.
Tsaka baka bumagsak din sa meron din tayo mga mutual legal assistance treaties Baka
Pwede, Mr. President.
Ito, So that would be the legal basis of our cooperation. But Mr. President, doon sa mga law enforcement agencies, members, AFP, to be required to submit DNA samples, okay na pwede natin sabihin part of public service yun
Yes.
Requirement ng duty mo yun. So gagawin talaga nila. But can we really force the submission of DNA samples by the others, yung those just facing criminal cases na hindi naman din convicted? Yung iba, sabi nyo, legally detained. I mean, kukunan ka na agad ng legally. Pag sinabing legally detained is, let's say, pwedeng yung tao, wala namang access na to a lawyer, hindi na umangal. So legally detained na yun. Hindi na na-review yung legality of the detention. So pwedeng napagtripan lang ng ating law enforcer at na dinetain, dinala sa police station at dinetain. Can we really require them to submit DNA without violating their rights under the Bill of Rights, Mr. President? Tandaan natin na hindi lahat ng examination ng katawan ng tao ay pwedeng gawin Mr. President.
Mr. President, this is done only through buccal swab, Mr. President. Simple. Like if you are a suspect of drunk driving, you will open your mouth, then breath analyzer will be put inside your mouth. So just the same, Mr. President. Open your mouth, we will make a buccal swab inside your mouth.
And then because, if the person says why, what is the answer? Why should I give you a sample of my saliva, Mr. President?
Because you have committed a crime.
suspected of having committed a crime.
Committing a crime. Like, for example,
If the person is innocent, then their profile can be deleted.
Ano bang ano pare?
Mr. President, if later on the case against the suspects are dropped, then they can request for the removal of their database from the database of the PNP forensics group.
Nabaliktad po yung ating nabaliktad yung presumption of innocence natin.
Baliktad?
Yes, parang
Okay.
itratong guilty, kunin ng DNA, proven innocent, alisin, mag-request pa siya. Pag di siya mag-request, maiwan pa, Mr. President. So biglang nagkabar. Are there other jurisdictions which have extensive DNA database?
Here in the Philippines,
Other jurisdictions?
almost like the United States.
Okay, United
Yeah.
States.
Canada,
Siguro sa United States, ang
Singapore.
approach nila on a per state basis.
Yes,
siguro?
Mr.
Per
President.
state, okay.
Oh,
So how-
per state, but
Is it per state?
they also
Okay.
have federal jurisdiction. The FBI,
Okay.
they have their own
Okay.
database.
How did they develop their massive DNA database? Is it because they forced people to submit DNA samples?
All arrestees, so all arrestees, all convicts.
The same, Mr. President, we just copied their, this is the US model, Mr. President. All convicts, all arrestees, small times, big crimes, whenever they are in the custody of the police, it's like a matter of procedure. They will be, buccal swab will be conducted upon their person.
If you're suspected of a crime, you can.
Even though they are only suspect of committing a crime.
Okay, so all those detained sila in the United States, all those detained, those suspected of drunk driving, but then of course successfully arguing with the police that they are not over the alcohol limit. Are they still required to submit DNA?
No, misdemeanors are not. We don't have.
If drunk driving in the United States is considered a misdemeanor only, Mr. President, then they are not required. Misdemeanor offenses are not required.
So tayo, sa atin,
Suspected of
sa atin,
committing...
convicted by final judgment for violation of any criminal law. So must this law be an RPC or special law or kasama ang violation ng ordinance dito?
So,
States have different laws.
yeah. Maybe penal laws, Mr. President.
So not a penal ordinance. Kasi pwede rin na penal ordinance.
Maybe not, Mr. President. We will.
Yes, we can.
We will make the proper.
If the jurisdiction that we are studying made the distinction between misdemeanor and so I'm just following up. If we also are conscious of that distinction, Mr. President.
Maybe, Mr. President, violations of the revised penal code and special laws.
Unfortunately, kung na-detain din yung nag-violate ng ordinance, pasok siya sa another ground. The persons legally detained under the law. Forced din siya magbigay ng swab, ng sample. So, siguro, Mr. President, let's look for a good model kasi there must be a reason why this American jurisdiction distinguish between a misdemeanor and the rest of the criminal act violations. And then, sabi ng ating sponsor po, part na siya ng parang protocol nila. Once detained, swab ka agad. Ganun ba?
Yes,
I never heard of that. Pero if that's what our resource person tells us, we'll just double check it, Mr. President. Sige, so we just want to be fair, Mr. President, na hindi naman tayo parang kaliwat kanan na nagsaswab na bakit magtatanong ngayon yung ating kababayan, bakit? Meron kang violate na batas o di isaswab na kita. I mean, so we have to be very, very clear kasi mandatory ito eh. Kung voluntary, okay lang. I think even UP and some other entities, you can submit your DNA voluntarily.
Yes.
Okay lang, walang problema doon. We are just looking at the mandatory nature of this bill, Mr. President. Doon tayo magbabantay kasi when we mandate yung Bill of Rights, baka may ma-violate po tayo ron.
We will try to study the US model and the Singapore model, Mr. President.
There is a Singapore model?
Yeah, there's also Singapore model. And if it will not contradict to the provisions of our Constitution, then maybe we can adapt it.
Because I think this involves the right of the people to be secure in their persons.
Yes,
Kasi
Mr. President.
Makakagulat po, open your mouth. Sabi ng law enforcement, open your mouth.
Yeah, that's what is being done, Mr. President, for drunk driving. You have to be subjected to breath analyzer.
Yes. But then if you pass it, there's no collection of DNA sample.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, di ba?
That's correct.
I mean, so ibig sabihin nun, mas intrusive yung invasive collection of DNA sample.
Because it can be deposited in the database.
Yes. And
Correct,
yun na nga, tatanggalin nga natin yung stigma rin na when you're in that database, dapat hindi natin sabihin because you're a criminal or you are suspected of being a criminal. Alisin natin yung stigma na yun.
That is why all PNP personnel and all military personnel are included.
Yun naman po ang nag-cure doon kasi inano natin all AFP and all law enforcement agencies. Sige po, Mr. President, so we just took advantage of the presence of our resource persons and then we any other budgetary implication kung maging batas ito?
It was not stated in the
kasi ano ba, because maging law, andyan na yung equipment, hardware, software, but mayroon ba itong mga MOE, mga supplies, ano bang ano nito?
supplies maybe, Mr. President, because we are requiring the whole all the members of the PNP and the AAP.
Any estimate magkano ang ating budgetary ano?
We have the annual.
Oo nga. Pero
this is the annual budgetary requirement, Mr. President. It's 336 million, Mr. President, for the 3 DNA laboratories.
336 million a year.
A year.
Ang ating idadagdag because of this. For the so-called consumables siguro plus of course the ano pa? Of course the PNP and the AFP and the other law enforcement agencies will have, especially this is a PNP pala database, no? So it's the PNP will have to have additional budget for the systematic collection of the samples from those required to give samples.
Correct, Mr. President.
So beyond the 300 plus million yun. Kasi iikot si Timpat sa Tawi-Tawi, Sulu, Basilan, may mga police forces po ron eh. Iikot sila sa buong Mindanao, buong Visayas.
Yes, Mr. President. But overall,
that's beyond the 300 million, Mr. President. Kasi I think consumables lang yan.
Kasama na din.
Ano? Di ba maganda rin naman yun para deterrent din sa kanila, hindi sila mag-commit ng crime. Nasa DNA database ako. So, yun lang po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
it will be more than the 336 million.
Correct, Mr. President. 336 million, Mr. President.
But kaya nga, is that yung 336, that's only the consumables. The
Consumables.
supplies. So,
Every year,
plus-
because it depends, this is dependent on the capacity of the 3 laboratories. We cannot process all the members of the PNP and AFP in 1 year. So in 1 year, ito lang talagang consumables na kayang to be expended by the 3 DNA laboratories, the 336. Maximum na yan, maximum operation na nila yan.
Sayang po sana yung ilan bang members ng PNP, for example? 100...
210,000.
210,000. So, to gather the 210,000 samples, ilang taon? And to generate the DNA profiles.
Ilang taon?
Kaya ko naman tinanong kasi...
Around 3 years, Mr. President.
3 years. Okay.
3 years.
Kasi po, yun lang yung isang magandang feature talaga nito na, sabi ng ating sponsor, crime prevention and solution. Sa solution is because may crime prevention deterrent. So, member ka ng law enforcement, adyan ka na, in 3 years, kompleto na po yun. Kahit na sinasabay ninyo yung pagkolekta sa AFP, kaya? Or,
For PNP only, the estimate is around 3 years. So, for including the AFP, maybe can extend about up to 5 years.
Yun na nga, sana ang approach natin is tapusin ng isang ahensya.
Yes,
yes. Kumpleto, hindi yung nagtatagal lahat, incomplete lahat.
Priority natin, PNP, Mr. President.
Opo, kasi isa ito sa magandang feature po na ako na-appreciate ko po personal na may deterrent effect ito, knowing that I am in a DNA database with 99.999% accuracy. So, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to our sponsor, and congratulations for sponsoring this bill. At siguro during the break, one last look na lang tayo on some constitutional issues.
Yes, Mr.
We
President.
will already terminate our interpellation. Just in case kung meron lang kami ma-encounter, we will just move for its reopening. Pero pag hindi naman, tuloy-tuloy na po natin itong i-process. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Mr. President. And we can do that in the period of amendments, Mr. President, if you want to amend. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Boto. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2474.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Suspend lang. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8426 under Committee Report number 268. This is the bill on Bataan General Hospital and Medical Center. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of the said bill under the aforementioned committee report is now in order.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we have closed the period of interpellation. With that, I move to open the period of committee amendments and recognize Senator Christopher Bongo for his amendments.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Senator Go is recognized.
Mr. President, in accordance with the Rule 29, Section 82, Paragraph 2 of the Rules of the Senate, I move that we amend House Bill number 8426 by deleting the entire text after the enacting clause and replacing the same with the provisions of the proposed amendment by substitution in the attached House Bill with committee amendments under Committee Report number 268 as filed with the Legislative Bills and Index Service last August 5, 2024. Further, I also move that the text thereof be considered as read into the record. I so move, Mr. President.
Are there any objections? There being none, the amendment is approved.
Amend the title to read as follows: an act upgrading the Bataan General Hospital and Medical Center in the city of Balanga, province of Bataan, to a multi-specialty hospital, increasing its bed capacity from 500 to 1,000 beds and appropriating funds therefore. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Dividend. Individual, no further committee amendments.
Mr. President, with no other committee amendments, I move to close the period of committee amendments. So move, Mr. President.
Ano? Who's on?
Individual amendments, Mr. President. On page 1, delete section 3 and renumber the succeeding sections. Accordingly, I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
On page 2, delete section 7 and renumber the succeeding sections. Accordingly, I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
No further amendments, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to, with no further amendments, both individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there an objection? There being none, motions approved.
With the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8426. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved. House Bill number 8426 is hereby approved on second reading.
I move that we suspend consideration House Bill number 8426.
An objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8483 under Committee Report number 269. This is the bill on Northern Tagalog Regional Hospital. So move, Mr. President.
An objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of said bill under the aforementioned committee report is now in order.
No committee amendments, Mr. President. But we have individual amendments.
All right, you can now proceed with your...
Number 1, section on section 1, line 2, after the word hospital, insert the phrase with 200 beds. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the amendments approved.
Number 2, delete section 2 and renumber the succeeding sections. Accordingly, I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motions approved.
No further amendments, Mr. President.
Thank you.
With no
Majority
further
Leader.
amendments, Mr. President, I move to close the period of amendments.
An objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8483. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. House Bill number 8483 is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 8483.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 9335 under Committee Report number 270. This is the bill on Basilan Medical Center. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of the said bill under the aforementioned committee report is now in order.
Mr. President, parliamentary status of this bill that we have closed the period of interpellation. With that, I move to open the period of committee amendments and recognize Senator Christopher Bongo for his amendments.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved. Senator Go is recognized.
For committee amendments, Mr. President, in accordance with Rule 29, Section 82, Paragraph 2 of the Rules of the Senate, I move that we amend House Bill number 9335 by deleting the entire text after the enacting clause and replacing the same with the provisions of the proposed amendment by substitution in the attached House Bill with committee amendments under Committee Report number 270 as filed with the Legislative Bills and Index Service last August 5, 2024. Further, I also move that the text thereof be considered as read into the record. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
For individual amendments, Section 1, Line 2, delete the word tertiary and replace it with level 3. I so move, Mr. President.
An objection? There being none, motion is approved.
On the same Section 2, Lines 7 and 8, delete the sentence. Any further increase in bed capacity shall be consistent with the hospital development plan that shall be prepared by the DOH. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On Section 4, Line 17, delete the position title Chief of Hospital and replace with Medical Center Chief. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
On the title, delete the word tertiary and replace it with level 3. The title shall now read as follows. An act upgrading the Basilan General Hospital in the city of Isabela, province of Basilan, into a level 3 hospital to be known as the Basilan Medical Center and appropriating funds therefore.
Is there an objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
No further amendments, Mr. President.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
With no further amendments, I move to close the period of amendments, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the period of individual amendments hereby closed.
With the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 9335. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. House Bill number 9335 is hereby approved on second reading.
I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 9335.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 9623 under Committee Report number 271. This is the bill on Laguna Regional Hospital. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of the said bill under the aforementioned committee report is now in order.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we have closed a period of interpellation. With that, I move to open the period of amendments and recognize Senator Christopher Bongo for his amendments.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Senator Go is hereby recognized.
For committee amendments, on section 1, lines 3 and 4, delete the second sentence, which reads, the hospital shall be designated as one of the apex hospitals of the Southern Luzon regions. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
For individual amendments, section 1, line 2, after the word hospital, insert the phrase with 300 beds. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Delete section 2 and renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motions approved.
No further amendments, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with no other individual committee amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 9623. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved. House Bill number 9623 is hereby approved on second reading.
I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 9623.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 9624 under Committee Report number 272. This is the bill on San Jose City or Dr. Eleuterio R. Bulago, Mother and Child General Hospital in San Jose, Nueva Ecija. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, assumption of consideration of the said bill under the aforementioned committee report is now in order.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we have closed the period of interpellation, and with that, I move to open the period of committee and individual amendments and recognize Senator Christopher Bongo for his amendments.
An objection? There being none, motion is approved. Senator Bongo is recognized.
For committee amendments, on page 1, in sections 1 and 2, specifically on lines 2 and 3 and line 6, delete the phrases San Jose City, Dr. Eleuterio R. Bulago, Mother and Child, and replace them with the name Senator Edgardo J. Angara. The name of the hospital will now be Senator Edgardo J. Angara General Hospital. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the title, third and fourth lines, delete the phrase San Jose City, Dr. Eleuterio Bulago, Mother and Child, and replace it with the name Senator Edgardo J. Angara. The title now read as an act establishing in the city of San Jose, province of Nueva Ecija, a general hospital to be known as the Senator Edgardo J. Angara General Hospital and appropriating funds therefore. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
For individual amendments, on section 1, line 2, before the word general, insert the phrase level 2, and after the word hospital, insert the phrase with 100 beds. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection, Minority Leader?
Mr. President, can we improve the language? Can we make it with 100 bed capacity? Because it will sound more like a law, Mr. President, if we mention bed capacity, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
Okay, Mr. President.
Do you accept?
Accepted.
All right. How will it read? Can you please read it for us?
Section 1, line 2, before the word general, insert the phrase level 2, and after the word hospital, insert the phrase with 100 beds capacity.
Bed, without an
100
S.
Yes, 100 bed capacity.
All right. Yes, 100 dash bed.
Dash
All right.
100 bed capacity.
Any objection? Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On line 12, delete section 3 and renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the revised title, insert the phrase level 2 between the letter A and the word general. The title shall now read as an act establishing in the city of San Jose, province of Nueva Ecija, a level 2 general hospital to be known as the Senator Edgardo J. Angara General Hospital and appropriating funds. Therefore, I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the amendments approved.
No further amendments, Mr. President.
Minority Leader.
Mr. President,
Minority
may I be
Leader.
recognized, and
Yes.
may I move for the reconsideration of House Bill number 8483?
8483.
Yes, just to also professionalize the language, the amendment made was a level 2 hospital with 200 beds. So can we make it a 200 bed capacity?
200 bed.
Capacity. We put the word capacity
All right.
because it's bed capacity, Mr. President.
Yes, I understand.
So
Accepted and okay.
okay, so how do we do it?
Yes, can we
we have to reopen first.
Yes, can we just finish first the House Bill number 9624?
We have not yet finished.
Yes, we have not yet.
Sige, doon muna tayo. Let's finish
Majority
the last
Leader,
one.
can we
Majority
just
Leader,
kindly finish
the last
the
one? 96.
the bill on hand?
Ano yun? Let's finish it. Hindi, tapusin mo na lang.
Tapusin muna natin to. We'll just close this first.
Yes, Mr. President, with no other individual committee amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Okay, so sorry for that, Mr. President. I thought tapos na. So, I move that
Can we just approve first on second reading?
Di
the-
pa ba? Okay,
this
sige.
bill?
Go ahead.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that the approve on second reading House Bill number 9624. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved. House Bill number 9624 is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
So we can now tackle new matter, Mr. President. May I move for the reconsideration of the approval of on second reading of House Bill number 8483 so that we can reopen the period for amendments, Mr. President.
Okay. Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
So we are now in the period for
Yes.
amendments. So just to improve the language, Mr. President, on section 1, when it was amended to read, how does it read? Mr. Sponsor, how does it read? Section 1 on the
On section 1, line 2, after the word
Yes.
hospital, insert the phrase with 200 beds.
Okay.
And
Can we make it?
bed.
Yes, can
You
we
want
make
it to be
200
200 bed capacity.
Yes, with 200 bed capacity.
200 bed capacity.
Yes.
What does the sponsor say? Okay.
Accepted and
All right.
okay. Thank you. Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
That would be all. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Majority
you, Mr.
Leader, can you please close?
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, again, I move that we suspend consideration. Mr. President, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Is there an objection? There being none,
Approved na.
motion's approved.
With the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 9624. So move, Mr. President.
8483.
Sorry, 8483. 9624.
Is there an objection?
8483.
There being none, motion's approved. House Bill number 8483 is hereby approved on second reading.
I move that we suspend consideration of the said measure.
An objection? There being none, motion's approved.
Okay na, no? Mr. President, we have one admin matter. With the consent of the body, I move to transfer the committee referral of following bills from the Committee on Rules to the Committee on Health and Demography and Finance. Senate Bill number 1750, increasing the bed capacity of the Southern Tagalog Regional Hospital. And Senate Bill number 993, increasing the bed capacity of the Southern Tagalog Regional Hospital. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Before we adjourn, Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 8th Session, August 7 and 8, 2024, and consider the same as approved.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wednesday, August 14, 2024.
It's still too early. Any objection? There being none, session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, August 14, 2024.